This is the voice of the Report of the Week, signing on. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone listening in to today's newest podcast, VORW International, the voice of the Report of the Week. I hope this broadcast is going out to you on Friday, the 7th of May, 2021. At least that is my hope, that is my goal, and hopefully that will be met. Hope everyone out there listening in right now is feeling alright, is doing alright, and is just keeping their head up despite all the craziness in this world of ours. Today's podcast, as the recent shows feature, is mostly going to be responding to listener emails, so I'm just going to be letting the audience essentially dictate the course of this program. Lots of good questions, topic suggestions, comments, etc., in a rather long show today, but I hope it is an enjoyable listen. I do want to give a few updates, and then we'll just get right into things. For those of you who are watching the program on YouTube right now, there are 4 pieces of fan art featured in the broadcast. The first piece is credited to Francis. The second piece is credited to Neil. The third piece is credited to Andrew, and the fourth piece is credited to an individual who goes by GIFs Milkshake. So those are the 4 pieces of fan art for the program today. If you are feeling artistically inclined and would like to make a piece of fan art to be featured in an upcoming program, number 1, just create whatever it is that you would like. It can be anything. It could be digital art, it could be a pencil drawing, it could be a painting, it could be anything that you would like, any style, any idea. That's the whole point of the fan art, just let the creative juices flow, as they say. Make whatever fan art you would like, and then simply email it to me, either as an email attachment, or upload it to a third-party image hosting site and send the image to me via email. Just send me the link at VORWINFO@gmail.com. Once again, that's VORWINFO@gmail.com. Let me know how you would like to be credited in the description, because I will credit you verbally at the beginning, as I just did, and also in writing in the description of the podcast, so be that by name. If there's a social media profile you would like for me to link, a website where more of your work can be found, or if you would like to be anonymous, just let me know, please. And then certainly to the best of my abilities, I will try to feature your work in the next podcast that I do. On one other note, you could always support this program if you like what you hear and you would like to hear more of it, with a donation via PayPal to VORWINFO@gmail.com, or via Patreon at patreon.com/The Report of the Week. This is the only time in the show that I will be passing the metaphorical hat around, so if you would like to contribute, that is purely your decision. You can also advertise on this podcast by promoting a good, a service, a website, a social media profile, or anything under the sun. If you are interested in more information about advertising, simply reach out to me again at VORWINFO@gmail.com. It is with great pleasure that I say we do have a new advertiser on board who is helping keep this show going. So please consider checking them out. After I give my little spiel, we'll get into some of the advertisements. And again, just check them out and make sure you give them your patronage if what they offer is of interest to you. Alright, in terms of any little updates, number 1, for those of you who might be wondering why I haven't done a lot of videos lately on the main channel, the Report of the Week, that is because one of the most recent videos I did, I just got very lucky in terms of its performance in the algorithm, and is doing very good. And, the thing you have to realize about the YouTube algorithm is that it is an extremely enigmatic and sensitive thing. You look at it the wrong way, and it has the possibility of just drastically changing. So if something is doing good in the algorithm, the best thing to do is just leave it alone, and let it run its course until it doesn't do good anymore before you do anything else. So, one of my recent reviews, I tried out the Dream Burger from MrBeast Burger, and obviously I guess just a lot of people find that of interest, and the video got about 1.5 million views in a week. So that's always good to see. You know, it's nice to see that the channel still, by some miracle, has a little bit of life left into it. And this was the best video of mine thus far in 2021. So it's just very nice to see. You know, it always surprises me that it keeps going somehow, but, you know, it's just always good to see. So I was just letting it run its course a bit. But a new video, if it hasn't been uploaded already, it will be soon. So, you know, I kind of just let it do its thing. You know, I took about a week to take a break and work on this podcast more. And now I think pretty soon I'll be back at it again with another video. So stay tuned for that. And on one other note, for anyone out there who is a radio listener, in a surprising turn of events, and, you know, it's just very nice to see, there is actually a new airing of my radio show that I am happy to announce. And hopefully this isn't, you know, what one would call the swan song for, you know, this radio show of mine. Hopefully this airing will be around for a while, as will the rest of the show. But either way, I'm very happy to announce that in addition to my regular airings of the program on 5850 kilohertz shortwave at 10 p.m. Eastern every Thursday through Sunday evening, so 4 nights a week, every Sunday evening, or Monday morning for some, at the time of 12 a.m. Eastern every Monday, that's 11 p.m. Central every Sunday, on the frequency of 4840 kilohertz, that's 4840, 4.840 megahertz, my broadcast will now be heard clearly for listeners in North America, also in Europe, and possibly in Middle East. This frequency, the availability came as a huge surprise, and I was on this frequency back in late 2018 and early 2019, and it was honestly one of the best frequencies my show was ever on. The coverage for Eastern North America is outstanding, probably the strongest station I could possibly be on, and the signal makes it into Western Europe with surprising strength, and sometimes it even carries on into the Middle East, so it's a pleasure to be on that frequency. I've already been on it for 2 weeks now, and every week the response just floods in, with many new listeners tuning in, and other listeners who are saying, wow, you know, this is the best signal I've ever gotten of your show. So if you're a shortwave listener in North America, but even in Europe, check it out and see if you're able to get any luck, because it certainly worked out for a lot of other folks. With that, if you are interested in more information on shortwave radio, or you're looking to maybe get a shortwave radio, I'm always happy to discuss recommendations with you. I always like talking about the medium, so I'm happy to help. Just send in an email with any questions about that. And now finally, the last time I'm going to mention the email address. With all of that news out of the way, we're now going to be getting into the mailbag portion of the program. This segment of the show is completely self-explanatory. In this segment, I read and respond to listener correspondence. There is no set topic, no guideline, no requirement of what you have to do or don't have to do. In this, I'm just going to be reading whatever listener emails come in, and the only reason this part of the show even exists is thanks to the participation of our listening audience. If you would like to participate in the next mailbag show, simply write to me at vorwinfo@gmail.com. You could write in as frequently or infrequently as you wish. Write as much or as little as you wish. The more listener emails that come in, the better, so don't hesitate. If you have any questions, any comments, any pieces of feedback, topic suggestions, is there something you want to hear me talk about, something you would like to get my take on? Is there something that you would like to share with the listening audience? Any experiences, any thoughts, any commentaries? Is there something interesting you read or watched or listened to? Anything under the sun. It is up to you to write what you wish, But you're more than welcome to go ahead, so you know how to do it, and even if you're not sure, listen to the show a bit. It'll give you some ideas of kind of what it is, and go from there. But it'd be a pleasure to hear from you. And again, the more listeners we hear from, the better, because then it gives for plenty of interesting topics for the next show that many listeners would certainly appreciate hearing. So it's up to you, but please consider it if you're interested. And without further ado, sit back, relax, and enjoy the program. This is VORW International. The Running Jump podcast aims to give people interested in running the jump they need to get started in running. Each episode features lessons for runners and answers to listener emails. While the podcast is geared toward newer runners, plenty of the information will be used for intermediate and advanced runners as well. Recent episodes discussed getting started with running, the unexpected benefits from running, and dealing with the anxiety of people watching you run. The Running Jump podcast can be heard on all major podcast platforms, including Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Podchaser, and Audible. Give it a listen if you are interested in picking up running. Once again, that's the Running Jump podcast. Make sure you check them out. Have you ever found yourself lost in the woods? Forest to your back, and the rugged peaks of Mount Rainier looming over you? If so, you might have found yourself in the tiny little town of Wilkeson, Washington. If that's the case, and you find yourself in need of refreshment, step on into the doors of the Carlson Block, where the proprietors will make certain to satisfy every desire for food or drink. Serving the finest naturally leavened sourdough pizza one could seek to find, and the coldest beverages fit to consume. Do you like cheese? They pull it every morning. Do you desire crispy, curly peps? Theirs do. Do you enjoy spicy fennel sausage? They mix it every day. Using only the finest local organic produce and flour to make their pizza, it's sure to satisfy. The major regional daily, the Seattle Times, declared the Carlson Block to be the best pizza in the state of Washington. Let your taste buds decide. So when you find yourselves lost in the woods and you're in need of a hot meal, you might not be too far from the Carlson Block, where strangers are treated like family, and families come to enjoy each other. Check out their website, www.carlsonblock.com, that's CarlsonBlock.com, carlsonblock.com for more information, and also check out their Instagram page at Carlson Block on Instagram, or at Ian Niles Galbraith, that's IANNILES GALBRAITH, again on Instagram. If you're out there in Washington State and you want some delicious pizza, give it a shot. You won't regret it. So I want to preface this next segment of the broadcast off by saying, right now, alright, it's May 2nd, Sunday the 2nd, mid-afternoon, and, I'm going through some pretty bad anxiety today, for reasons that I think I've even discussed before on this program. But the reason why I wanted to share that is that, number one, if this affects the delivery or quality of this show, I apologize, but it also ties into even why I'm here at the microphone right now. Now, I get a lot of anxiety. There's always different types, Sometimes you get generalized anxiety, sometimes it's social anxiety. This is... maybe it would be classified as health anxiety, I suppose. Though I'm not really much of a... and here's a good word for you. I'm not much of a valetudinarian. That means someone who's, like a hypochondriac, very preoccupied with one's health. But when it surrounds my teeth and dental issues, I've been through so much over the last 2 years or so. How can you not kind of worry? So in about a day, I have a dentist appointment scheduled, and it's just, I guess, a combination of anxiety and paranoia. It's like, the appointment tomorrow is supposed to be relatively simple. You have to know that from the start. It's not going to be a root canal. It's not going to be cavities. I have 3 teeth right now that need permanent crowns put on them. And the permanent crowns are all made, all 3 of them. They're sitting there at the dentist's office right now collecting dust. And I need to get these permanent crowns put on the teeth. Now, for those of you who have had permanent crowns put on, and I've even had a couple, you know that it's a pretty easy process. And it's supposed to be real easy to just put the crowns on the teeth and let that be that. Well, I don't know. Yeah, it's supposed to be easy. You see, tomorrow is supposed to be an easy day. It's supposed to be a relatively easy appointment. I don't think that it's going to be. There's no possible way that it can be. There's none. It's impossible. It's not going to be good. I know that. Because how can it be? It's impossible to convince myself otherwise, I guess, unless it actually happens. I think 2 of the 3 teeth might be okay. 2... I guess they're incisor teeth. 1 on each side, lower. I think those should be okay. I know for a fact one of them will be fine. That's not going to be a big issue. And the other one is like a coin toss, but I think that should be okay too. At least, if anything, it shouldn't be overly complicated. So I think those 2 teeth are going to be alright. But it's the 3rd tooth that's really given me the anxieties, because this is the day of reckoning, This is when it all kind of comes back around. That one molar, tooth number 30, which I got root canal and then the crown lengthening done. This is the tooth we're talking about. Look, that thing is in a dismal shape. And it has been for a while. I mean, this is nothing new. It was in an absolutely dreadful shape a year ago. It was in bad shape when the root canal was done. Bad shape when the crown lengthening was done. So, I mean, I know that tooth is nothing but trouble. And I know that the thing has had a guarded prognosis for the entire time. This is a tooth that honestly should have just been pulled out, but I kind of need to get everything else done, and I want to at least get 1 implant in on that side of my mouth before I even consider pulling another tooth. Essentially, this operation is just to keep something there, until everything else is taken care of. But knowing the state that this tooth is in, I mean, right now it's going to need a core build-up, and then the crown on top of that. But it's like, it's been a couple months. And of course I try my best to take care of this tooth, but how can it not be any better than it was 3 or 4 months ago? It's impossible. It could only be worse. So, to tell you the truth, I'm expecting tomorrow's appointment to be 2 fairly easy crowns, and then getting told that pretty much everything that I did in the last year is pretty much a waste, and this thing is just going to have to get pulled out anyway, and that they can't do anything, because it's just that bad. What proof do I have? I have no proof. This is just what I'm feeling. But who knows, it'll be what it is. If that's the case, I'm going to tell them, look, even if it's against medical advice, if you could still put a crown on it, just do it. because I know that the thing is probably going to have to get ripped out of my mouth anyway. Just put something there, even if it means I can't even use the tooth. Just put the crown that I paid for on it anyway, and when the time comes, do what you need to do, but if you can just put something on it, even if it's just to protect the tooth for a year or so, then, please go ahead. I'm not expecting the tooth to last forever, I'm just expecting more bad news. And I guess it's just, at least what I feel is an inevitability, even though it's unsubstantiated. It leads to worrying, it leads to anxiety, and then you get paranoid about, well, how bad is it? Not even the thought, how good? Could it be good? Maybe there will be good news. It's just, how bad is it going to be? That's it. It's just this spiral. But the other day, and I deserved this, I did. I had it coming, and this is what I get for letting my mind run wild with this sort of stuff. No way about it otherwise. If you ever get real bad anxiety or whatever, you kind of get lost in thought. And it's almost like you're just so mentally preoccupied with whatever it is that you're kind of, obsessing over in terms of these worries and these anxieties, you lose track of kind of what you're doing at the moment. At least that's what happened with me. And I was moving some heavy metallic object, moving it, and I was going to put it on the counter, because I was trying to distract myself, from these worries, and I was thinking, well, go move these things, which you needed to do anyway, just, give yourself something to do so you don't sit here and worry. So I was doing that, but, it wasn't really helping at all. And I was so lost in thought that I guess as I was moving this thing, I must have misjudged the edge of the counter that I was putting it on. So what is it, I misjudge where I'm putting it, falls off the edge and smashes into my right foot. And it was a hard impact. I mean, at first I was concerned maybe I broke my foot, because it was that bad, and boy did it hurt. It hurt quite a bit. But thankfully, my foot is not broken, it's just bruised, and you should see it, it didn't hit the toes, and I think that's where I got lucky. I have a feeling if that thing hit some of my toes, I think I would have a couple broken toes by now. I think I easily would. But this hit, squarely in the middle of the foot. But there's this big black spot in it now, in my foot. This big black blotch from all the bruising there. And it hurts to walk and hurts to kind of wear shoes because it's pressing down on it. But I can still walk around just fine. I mean, it's just, there's different levels of pain. And this comes from someone having broken a few toes. When you broke a bone, and when something is just bruised and battered, so to speak. This is just bruising. It was just a hard hit, but it's just kind of like nature's way of telling me, this is what you deserve for kind of letting these worries get the best of you. Not that that necessarily did anything to quell those worries. It's just kind of like, this was coming for you, You had this coming. So, there's that. When the appointment tomorrow comes, I'm still going to put on a shoe even if it hurts. I would not show up to a dentist without a shoe on unless it was physically impossible. It's just not right for me to do, in my opinion. But anyway, that was a day ago. And I guess getting to the microphone here today is my next attempt at trying to distract myself. Now, even if it doesn't, though, I figure something good will come of this because I'm still going to be working on this show, and I'll respond to a bunch of listener emails in the meantime. So even if my voice might be a little shaky or whatever, I'm feeling motivated to respond to emails, and you could still be going through anxiety, but you can still... Just because you're going through that stuff doesn't mean you're despondent and demoralized. It's just you're, the way it goes. I don't think I need to go through this anymore. So let's open up the email, and let's see what we have. We've got about... Let's line up these emails and see how many. Looks like we got about 57 emails I want to get to. Obviously, some are long, some are short, and of course, featuring a very diverse variety of points and pieces of feedback, you name it. We'll just start off with this one here, because I figure it's a topic that maybe some people are familiar with, at least in terms of its pertinence to the other YouTube channel, the Report of the Week. Just looks like a suggestion. There was a name, but since no name was given, I'll just keep it anonymous. Hey John, I watched your latest review video of MrBeast Burger, and a thought occurred to me. When you do the shot of the cross-section of the burger after taking a bite, wouldn't it have been easier to just cut the burger in half with a knife beforehand? You'd have a more aesthetic shot of the cross-section, and I bet it'd make your thumbnail pop. It would have been a variation ever so subtle that it wouldn't upset the algorithm, but it'd be eye-catching, because it's not what we the viewers have come to expect. Food for thought. So thank you for your suggestion, and certainly appreciated. I'll tell you right now, especially in terms of the review, because you have to understand, you have to get in the mind of the viewers and the YouTube algorithm. So the most recent video that I did at the time of recording this, it's titled, How Good is the New Dream Burger from MrBeast Burger? And this is the second review I've ever done of MrBeast Burger, who, it's a fast food establishment founded by the famous YouTuber MrBeast. And the Dream Burger, that's a burger that I guess the famous content creator Dream, who I guess does like Minecraft videos and content of that nature, collaborated with MrBeast and made their own burger, and it's available at MrBeast Burger. And one thing you'd have to realize when it comes to this channel, lately there really haven't been any major fast food releases. The lifeblood of the other channel, the Report of the Week, is reviewing topical and, as one would informally say, hyped up items. And lately it had been a rather slow time in terms of releases. Like, let's look at what I was reviewing back in March, right? McDonald's new chicken sandwiches, those are unbelievably hyped up. Wendy's jalapeno popper chicken sandwich, that's another new one. Burger King Sourdough King Burger, that's another new item. Taco Bell's Quesalupa, another new item. KFC's chicken sandwich, that's another new item. But then in late March, the new releases stopped, and you're left just having to tread water, essentially. And a promoted new item hasn't even been released since then. And I've just been trying to tread water and, keep things going. So when I caught wind of the fact that there was a new release coming from MrBeast Burger, right, taking into account how the previous review of MrBeast Burger performed, seeing the news of that, it was a very propitious indicator of just probably better days ahead, analytically speaking. And, when the time came to do the video, I pulled an all-nighter just so I could be awake in the morning to just review it right away and get the video uploaded. And I did, and I'm very happy with the way the video has performed. Close to 800,000 views in, about 3 days' time, which is fantastic. That's the best video I've done all year in terms of the views. So that's very good to see, analytically speaking again. And I had that feeling. Now, here's the deal, though. In most cases, I would be inclined to agree with you. And there have been times where I've actually done a cross-section cutting the burger. And, that's an idea that I could certainly get behind and try to employ a little bit more. But I will tell you right now that if I use that thumbnail as a cross, I use the thumbnail, sorry, I'm tongue-tied. If I use the cross-section as a thumbnail for the MrBeast Dream Burger review, I guarantee you, I would bet anything that video would have 500,000 fewer views than it currently does. Now, that's still a good amount of views, that would still leave me with about 300,000, but not 800,000. Now, you might say, well, what's your reasoning for saying such a thing? Why would that be such a major change? If anything, I think that would be a better thumbnail, now people can see what the burger looks like. But here's the thing. You have to get in the mind again of the viewer and of the YouTube algorithm. People don't necessarily want to see a rather generic-looking burger, not to say that it was bad, I enjoyed it, but a generic-looking burger with no identifiable features. They want branding, and people, they see that sticker of, whatever, I just say the dream insignia or dream, themed branding. People click, oh my god, that's the dream burger he's got. Let me see what it looks like. Let me see what, that gets people clicking. Such a simple thing. Because they know that that's the real deal. Not just some burger, but that is the dream burger. People see that, they click, that helps it in the algorithm, and that's, I think, why the video is performing as it does. Now you may notice that this is the same approach that I took when I did a review of MrBeast Burger to begin with. In the original review of MrBeast Burger back in December, not a single menu item was actually featured in the thumbnail, but it was just the stickers showing MrBeast Burger. And again, that's for good reason. This is one of those items where appearance is important of the food itself, but branding even more so. And because I saw the result, that an image with only the branding, what it garnered in terms of that review, I knew that if it were to be repeated, it would likely, be satisfactory in terms of performance, which it has been. There are other items where that applies as well, but it's really a case-by-case basis, and that's why this is just one of those things I process and I consider as I'm doing the review, but also beforehand as I just kind of think about it. Is this a sort of item where the appearance of the item itself is more talked about, or is it the appearance of the brand logo, the box, whatever it is? Another review where that proved successful was in December as well, when Pizza Hut released their Triple Treat box, which featured a ton of pizza at a pretty decent value. I could have just shown the pizzas, but it came in a special box, and I only showed myself with the box, not even any of the food, but again, 600,000 people found, I guess, that compelling. Now, there are occasions, though, where I show the packaging for reasons other than, taking into account the branding. For instance, when I tried out the croissant crust pizza from DiGiorno, the pizza cooked very, very, very badly, to the point where the thing looked blackened. And I thought, well, this is a mess. So I just took a thumbnail of myself with the box because the pizza looked so unappetizing. So that's just, what it comes down to. But thumbnails are very important, and you just have to take into account these various factors. but thanks for your suggestion. We next hear from Zach in Israel, saying, I'm still a loyal fan, though I miss it when I was self-employed and had more free time to watch every review and podcast. Doing my best to stay informed, though. I have a question regarding the food reviews. I've noticed that since COVID started, you stopped reviewing food outside. I totally understand that you're trying to stay safe, but I feel reviewing the food outside has an added value. Seeing the scenery, different seasons that go by, how the establishment looks like, and even watching the car adds so much to the overall experience, especially for viewers from different states and countries. I think it creates a sort of adventure vibe to the video. KDP Production does this aspect pretty good. I miss that part in your videos and wonder if you could share some details about the topic. Take care, from Zach. Thank you, Zach. Though admittedly, I think there is a little bit of confusion. Marking when COVID began, which was about around the point of, let's say when I tried out the KFC chicken and donut sandwich. See, this is what happens when you combine those two things. It's not meant to be. That's a joke. But subsequently, I filmed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 videos outside. So, I don't really... There might just be some confusion as to one's perception of outside, because again, I would say probably half of the videos that I do have been filmed outside, and a number of which have been filmed in the car. Honestly, I really don't like filming in the car. It's just I just don't like it. That's why I don't. I've never been a fan of it. I just kind of did it because that's what needed to be done for a while, but it was never anything that I preferred doing. But the latest video that I filmed was outside. Now you might say, no, it's not. You're in a sunroom. No, it's not a sunroom, believe it or not. It is indeed outside. The netting that you see back there is actually very common in any house in Florida, because it's just a mesh netting that keeps mosquitoes and flying insects out. But, it's 95 degrees, and that is outside. It's like on my back patio. Now you might be saying, yeah, but, I wish you filmed in the same locations that you did, let's say, back in 2018 or so, or even 2017, where it just seemed a bit, I guess 2019 I meant to say, where it seemed a bit more lush and scenic. And that's understandable, but I have moved since then, and I can't break onto someone else's property and, film in their backyard, and do that. I'll get the police called on me. I'll get dragged away for trespassing. So, I think, I know what you mean, though, and there's nothing I can do about that, but thank you again for your comment. But it was never filmed indoors or anything because of COVID. I mean, again, outside there, it's, you have the fresh air, you have, all of that. It's fine. Much more expansive in terms of breathing room than you would get in an indoor locale. I guess I'm just kind of clearing up some of the short emails first. This listener, who goes by the name Icicle, says, "Hi, I heard that you read emails, and I had to send you one. Your content is amazing and is so entertaining when I'm doing something like homework. I listen to it and it really relaxes me. Also, you should make a channel for playing games or something else. I think that would be pretty cool. But if not, your channel is still going to rest in my subscriptions for many months." Alright, thank you, Icicle, for checking in the suggestion to do a gaming channel. And, Yeah, a gaming channel. That's a suggestion that I have gotten before. Although, admittedly, I'm just not much of a gamer, and I think, honestly, when I play what games I do play, which is very, very few, I just like playing them in solitude, not necessarily doing so for a mass audience. But gaming and gaming channels and all of that stuff, it's very popular. It has been for a while now. And I respect the suggestion. It's one that's been made before, and I get it, it makes sense. Now that may raise the question, you might say, well, what games do you play exactly? Nothing particularly interesting is my answer. I play the real edge-of-your-seat games that are built in on the computer from Microsoft. I can play a mean game of solitaire, and then if I'm feeling real out there, I will play Spider Solitaire. Can you believe that? And then if I'm ready to lose everything, then I'll play chess, and that's just crazy. And then finally, if I feel like I'm having a death wish, I'll play Minesweeper too. That's review bra. Gotta be careful. Yeah, I know I'm a real risk taker. All right, but no, I just play those sorts of menial games, I suppose. Nothing with any sort of incredible graphics or action-packed or any of that. On occasion, I will play 8-ball pool, although admittedly I haven't played that in months. I just haven't been on a pool kick. Same thing with Tetris. I haven't been on a kick for that either. I guess in terms of games, that I've been... If there's any game that I've been playing that could even be considered comparable to, obviously a game that you're probably describing... it would be RuneScape. That I've been playing that game on and off for, probably the last 12, 13 years or so. Although I stopped using the account that I had used for so long, and for the fun of it, back in November of 2020, I made a new account and decided to just start over from square one just for the fun of it. And the funniest thing, it's just that ever since I started playing more seriously, I guess with more focus, that new account is in a much better spot, in terms of just its levels, its abilities, you name it, than the account that I had for 13 years was, It's crazy. So it's just funny. That account, and I really don't care if you know the name of it or not, I just do my thing anyway. I decided to name it just as a test to see if anyone would even notice it. I'm kind of hiding in plain sight the entire time, but I named the account ReviewBraRS. It stands for RuneScape, ReviewBraRS. And I was thinking, let me see if anyone even notices and says anything. And, one or two people have, but no one ever really does, and it's just kind of funny. But, what I do nowadays... For those of you who play the game, I know for many others it just kind of sounds like... I won't keep this discussion too long, but lately I've just been doing clue scrolls, the hard ones, and that's all that I really ever do. I enjoy them. I think they're fun, personally. I know some people find them annoying, but I even like doing the puzzle boxes. I think those things are entertaining, quite frankly. It's just you get a methodology of how you do it, and then they're real quick. So I don't really know why people buy the tickets to skip them, because I don't know, it's pretty easy if you ask me. But I enjoy doing that, and it's just fun. So every day I'll log in for a little bit and just crack away at a few more. Of course, it's always the variability of the rewards that's interesting too. You never know what you're going to get. But it's just fun. Now, most of the time, and people will find this sacrilegious, but I play regular RuneScape. Now, I have played old school RuneScape in the past, but this account, it's really just been for regular RuneScape, and that's just what I do now, but, every now and then I'll log into Old School too and kind of do my thing there, but the account for Old School RuneScape is nowhere near, I guess as the one for regular RuneScape is, but there you have it, that's what I do, and thank you for your kind words. Alright, next up we hear from Tommy, who says, "Hello, Mr. Review Bra. I wanted to let you know that your content, especially your food reviews, have been a constant topic of discussion between me and my coworker. Her name is Erin, and she's shown me an email she sent you once. Truth be told, I love her and she's one of my best friends. She's supported me very much in the past, and she's made me feel comfortable in my own skin when I'm being neurotic or strange. Sometimes we'll go to karaoke together, and I have a blast singing my hipster songs. For the first time up on stage, I did North American Scum by LCD Sound System. Sometimes when I think back, I'll recall a listener's submission from last year's Halloween program. If I remember the story correctly, a wife and husband had ventured out into a graveyard and witnessed what appeared to be a very tall man running around. Even though I believe their story, I can't help but imagine Eric Andre or some other prankster doing something like that as a chaotic, risky stunt. Those hooligans. I feel like your dry sense of humor has really taken off lately, but any time you mention how you just made the worst joke of all time, I must ask you to reconsider. I guarantee you that none of your true fans would ever mock you for a dud joke. Trust me, if you think a joke doesn't work, then just brush it off. After all, you are brave and authentic enough by choosing to keep it in the video, so props to you. I remember you once mentioning how you'll lose contact with old fans and wonder what happened to them. Well, I've only sent you 1 or 2 messages and a handful of silly YouTube comments, but hopefully I shall reach out again soon, though who knows exactly when. I'm averaging 1 a year at this rate. I wish you the best. You're a unique fellow and admire your devotion to all that you do. Take care, from Tommy. So thank you, Tommy, for your kind words, message of support, and good to see that you have a coworker who sounds like a good person, very supportive, who also may potentially be a listener to this broadcast, or at least a YouTube viewer, one or the other. Yeah, whatever came of some of the old viewers, right? Who knows? Obviously some things just fall out of favor and people stop watching. I'm not going to blame them for doing that one single bit. Interests change, preferences change, you name it. And there have been YouTube channels that I had watched years ago that I don't really watch much anymore. And I get it, I understand it. It's just the simple change in viewing habits. So you can't bash people for not sticking around, and I get it, that's fine by me. Sometimes I just wonder, especially on the shortwave side of things, I can't help but wonder how many of the radios that I've recommended over the years are sitting in a garbage dump somewhere. At this point, someone just doesn't listen anymore, and I imagine them taking a sledgehammer and smashing the thing to pieces or something. I don't know, I wonder of how many listeners I actually recommended shortwave radios to back in 2018. How many of those things are even operable anymore these days, and how many people even use them? I have no idea. It's just that just makes me laugh whenever I think of that, because that's all I could think of is if someone doesn't listen anymore, I only assume that they just destructively abolish their radio sets from their lives so they can never tune in again or something. I don't know, just the concept of that is just so funny. But who knows, I imagine people have thrown them out or returned them or whatever, and that's understandable. People, you can't force someone to be interested in a certain thing, I remember there was one listener once who got into shortwave radio because of my recommendation, but he was saying, I'm really trying to get into this, but it's just like the drive just isn't there. And I told him straight up, I said, if you can return the radio, either just do it or just put it in storage in case another use for it emerges. I never heard from him again after that, because maybe he wasn't expecting that sort of response. Like maybe he was expecting reasons to get into it, but I just abide by the ideology. If it's not something that really appeals to you, and just throw in the towel, and the world isn't going to end because you weren't a fan of shortwave radio, it just is what it is. You can't force people to like a certain thing, and that's fine. But I know there are some viewers who have been here for the long run, and others who haven't. But no matter how long you've been here, whether you have been a regular viewer or a listener for all these years, or maybe you're kind of on and off, you check in every now and then, or if you're brand new, maybe you discovered the program through the MrBeast Burger review. Either way, it's always a pleasure to have you here, and you're always welcome, anytime. Email comes in next from WRZ, and I think you listened in on the shortwave. That name seems familiar to me. I've been watching your channel on YouTube for about a year now and listened to the podcasts on occasion. I was listening to your April 4th podcast, where you and a listener were talking about how you like to stress the effects of energy drinks when you review them, because that's what many people value more in a review for the product rather than taste. I work in agriculture and specifically am finishing up a degree in botany, so when I ask this, I come more from the perspective of marijuana as another crop/commodity than from an angle of exclusively seeing it as a drug. If marijuana became legal in your state, would you see various marijuana-based products like you see energy drinks, and would you consider reviewing them as another kind of food item meant to have effects? I don't know your personal views on marijuana, or if you would do it in the same way considering YouTube's restrictions, but in a broader question, especially with things like edibles that can be mass-produced and be widely available just like other products, I sometimes wonder if it would be possible for the public and food reviewers to treat marijuana-based products like you would an energy drink or fancy beer or wine. Right now it seems restricted to people who are really, really invested in weed as a drug, which is interesting in its own right considering what it is, but I'd be interested to hear your thoughts. Thanks, WRZ. So thank you. A question that I have gotten before, and straight up my answer in terms of any prospect of reviewing those sorts of things is just a straight up no. Whatever you do, if anyone listening, and I take it many are very pro-marijuana, that's fine by me. Like, I don't care what you do. If you want to drink, if you want to smoke, that's your life, that's your choice. Just be responsible about it, and try not to do anything stupid. I'm not going to knock anyone for wanting to partake in those things if you want to. If you're an avid consumer of that, I think no less of you than if you weren't. And that's just a tough thing, because I think some people, it's like, you may not be very interested in marijuana, and you may never really be interested in partaking in it, but usually that attitude is carried over as well to how it is viewed, via society at large. And I think largely a lot of folks who maybe it's just not for them would prefer that it remain illegal. Whereas those, again, and this gets to some weird narcissistic thing, who want it for them would prefer that for society at large as well. Not just, and here's what I say about narcissism, well, I like it for me, but it should be banned for everyone else, right? That's preposterous. But But my take on it is that, if someone wants to do it and review it and, make a YouTube channel where that's all that they review are edibles, that's fine, and I wish them great success. It's just not something that is of much interest to me, and it's not something that I really have the desire to partake in, be that via smoking it or eating it. Very similar to my stance on alcohol. If you drink, be responsible, don't drive, don't do anything stupid, try to have some dignity and self-restraint, though that can be difficult at times, and, just enjoy yourself, but take into account the effects on you and others, most importantly. The same thing when it comes down to marijuana. It is a psychoactive substance. You need to be aware of that. Caffeine, it really just makes you more energetic, whereas marijuana, again, it is a psychoactive substance. You just have to be aware of that. Take that into account. Be responsible, But it's just not for me, and that's why I'm just not, there wouldn't be any interest in reviewing it. And that's just all that it comes down to there. My view on so many things is unique to the extent that, for me, an application unto myself exclusively, I sometimes take an extremely conservative, hardline approach, but in terms of application unto others and society in general, I'm much more laid back and easygoing. It's like, I'll do me, and you do you. And that's what it comes down to, I have my own, personal code of conduct, as one would say, that may be extremely conservative, but that doesn't mean that yours has to be. You could be as liberal as it gets, and that's fine by me, it doesn't bother me one bit, you have free will, that's exercising your free will, go for it, So, no, that's all. But just, there wouldn't be any point in reviewing it, Now, I don't know what the future holds. Like, how am I going to be if I'm still alive a decade from now? I don't know. I can't leave anything. I might be doing skydiving reviews for some reason 10 years from now. That's something I can't imagine myself doing right now. But, who knows? So you can't predict the future. You can't write anything off completely. I would just say that it's rather unlikely. So thanks again for your email. I've gotten some questions about that before. Interesting topic. Email comes in from Jake, writing, "Good morning, evening, or night, John. First time writing in, I discovered the VORW channel about 2 years ago, and have been listening quite heavily recently. They have helped me get through long hours at work. Just wanted to ask a couple questions. If you had a choice to magically, significantly improve one of your personal skills, which would it be? For me, it would probably be my communication skills, as I have struggled somewhat with being too introverted and shy all my life." Well, it's not really a skill when I think of this, but if there's one thing that I wish I could improve upon, it would be my anxieties. I wish, some of these things wouldn't get to me as much, and sometimes I think these anxieties are just, and you should be wary of the world, in my opinion, but sometimes it could just be too much. I wish that there were ways I could better, handle them and manage and just deal with these anxieties, so I don't go around dropping heavy objects on my feet like I did the other day and, wind up hurting myself in unanticipated ways. Your second question, if you could travel back to the past, which time would you go to and why? I've always been fascinated with the 1950s and would probably go back to that decade. Any of these questions have been asked before, then I apologize. Thanks again. Keep up the great work, from Jake. So thank you, Jake. When I think back, to different decades, every single decade essentially has its there's things that I would like to see, now especially in modern times. For instance, I think the first answer that I would give is I would want to go, just to see how the world is, back to either sometime between 1890 and 1910, and I would like to spend some time, during that period, the late Victorian and Edwardian era, and then I could finally wear my frock coat and wing collar without seeming out of place. And then I could finally just break out a top hat, too, and no one would even bat an eye. That'd be crazy. But, the 1920s would be interesting, too. I'd probably skip the 30s. Maybe the 40s here and there, just to see what's going on. Even the 50s a little bit. It would be interesting for me also, though, to even more contemporarily, to go back even to the 90s and early 2000s, that I could experience as an adult as opposed to a child, and be able to take in, the world that I essentially missed because I was just so young. That would have been nice too, and, if I went back then, I could have had a shortwave radio, and there's so much I could have listened to, compared to the comparable wasteland that you have nowadays. So there's still, don't get me wrong, plenty to listen to, but there's just so much more back then. And, that would have been nice, just to take it all in. So, every decade, does have its justification, and there's really not one decade that, I think with some people with that question, they say, well, it's real easy. Oh, it's, definitely for me, it's the 40s, for one reason or another. Or, it's the, I want to be in the 20s, and I want to hang out with the, the mobsters back then, and, go into a speakeasy or something. Or, I want to go to Woodstock or something like that in the 60s, etc. But for me, it's just every decade does have its drawing characteristics. So thanks for writing in. Alright, next we hear from Ben in Reading, England, I believe a regular listener. Dear John, I'll get right into it. My question is, do you think that your popularity as an internet meme does much to help the channel? I've seen plenty of viral tweets with screenshots or edits of your videos that usually they're pretty funny, but I wonder if such memes cause a wider awareness of the content you make, because such memes do not usually identify or name you as the Report of the Week or even Review Bra. For the record, I actually discovered your content for the first time in 2018 when a friend sent me a meme of your water taste test video, which led me to subscribing and eventually discovering VORW. Thanks for reading this email and for all the content you make. Best wishes, Ben in Reading, England. So thank you, Ben. Well, in one way, you answered the question, because look at how you found this channel. I would say, from my experience, obviously being the subject of so many memes, it helps it very slightly, but for the most part, it is completely neutral. It neither helps or hurts the YouTube channel. A very, very small percentage of individuals who find the YouTube channel do so through memes. A lot of the time, it is a way that people come to remember my face and my appearance, and then if the YouTube channel is suggested to them in a more direct means, then they recognize me. For instance, the video of the MrBeast Burger that I reviewed, which is obviously doing well in the algorithm and is being, featured to many, many individuals. I get comment after comment saying, oh, you're the disappointment is immeasurable guy, right? These are individuals who first discovered me through a meme and recognized my appearance, then finally seeing the video of me reviewing the burger here on my own channel, now they finally put a name to the face, so to speak. Now, there's no research indicating one way or another. Could it be the fact that these individuals already recognize me as a meme? Does it make them more inclined to view any content of mine should they be exposed to it later on? For instance, let's say you have two people, one of whom saw the meme of me, saying that my disappointment is immeasurable. The other person didn't, and on the YouTube homepage, along with 5 random videos, they are recommended a review of mine, right? Would the one who saw the meme of me, having never seen my channel before, be more inclined to click on it now, thinking, oh yeah, this is the guy from that meme, let me see what this video is? Or would it not make a difference, and, let's say maybe the person who never saw the meme would click on it anyway, or wouldn't, I don't know if that has any sort of effect. I have no clue. There's no research or anything to state that it would be one way or another. But either way, I guess, the more exposure, the better in terms of any sort of longevity or continuity of this, in terms of that. And I really don't mind the memes. I mean, I don't care. My view, again, people have the freedom to make them, so my gosh, if they want to, then let them. And it's fine by me. I share my thoughts more in depth in the video how I feel about being a meme. I've never had a negative view of it, and if people want to make them, that's fine, let them, If I didn't want that so much, I wouldn't even make the videos, so by all means. I find a lot of them quite funny and amusing anyway, and let them, whether it makes a difference or not, it's fine. Let people have fun. And, if these memes of me, help brighten some people's day and put a smile on some people's faces, that's more than I could ever ask for through making this content. One thing that I had initially tried to do, that it bothered me more in 2017, I would say, 2016, 2017. Now I just don't care anymore. I don't know why, it doesn't bother me as it did. But back then, I had this problem where you would get various, Facebook pages. Oh, I forget what they were even called, They were popular, though, these Facebook pages, I think were run by some sort of company, and, posted, memes and stuff. And they sent an email to me, and they said, oh, well, we would like to feature this video of yours on our Facebook page. Let us know how you would like to be credited. So I would say, just say this is from, the report of the week, or just maybe include a link to the original video or something that, people could see if they want to watch it. But unfortunately, a lot of them were very mendacious individuals, very dishonest. And they would nod their head, and they would say, oh yeah, all right, we'll feature this, no problem. And then what do? They post the meme and they never featured anything. And it was just like they were looking for my permission to feature it, and they would get it with the stipulation that it would, feature a link to the video, but they would ignore that part and just post their content for their likes. And that bothered me for a bit, but then I think over the years I realized just how deceitful most people really are in this world, and it's like, what's there to even get upset about when this is how they all are, This is how everyone is. They all tell you this stuff, and they never follow through with it. So, do you want to sit there and get angry about every single living person? It's not that bad, but sometimes I feel like it is. Or, just forget about it and, try to concern yourself with more important things, because in the end, you're getting upset over a meme. What impact has this really on your life? It has no impact. So, that's what it comes down to. And it's just not worth the time getting all riled up over. I think the worst example of that was Tosh.0. Despite the show itself being a very positive experience, it was a lot of fun to do, and Daniel Tosh, as I've said before, and I mean it when I say it, is a great guy. I mean, he's a stand-up guy, and just, he has this persona, where he has to act a certain way, but he is not like that off camera. He's a good guy. But his producers, on the other hand, were just deceitful, and no way around it, where even in writing, said that I would be credited as the report of the week or review bra or whatever, so people who watch the show could find my channel if they want to see more of it. And they never did a single thing. They never even gave the viewing audience, which was in the millions, a single way to even find me. So that's why I sometimes laugh when people say, oh, your channel only ever took off because of Tosh.0. It never did. Lots of people saw it, absolutely, but there was no boost in views or subscribers at all from the Tosh.0 episode. I remember the day that the Tosh.0 episode aired, I got maybe 100 subscribers, and that was it. So it just, in the end, it just doesn't bother me anymore, It's like I've been through it so many times, what do I care? I don't. So, that's what I have there. Thank you for your question. Alright, next we hear from Chelsea in Pennsylvania, and, on the topic of long-time listeners, if it's not too much for me to say, I remember you. You have been here since 2014 at least. I remember you. You were a correspondent to the original VORW show, so it's great to still have you as a listener. But you write, "Good day, dear lecturer. I haven't written in for a while, but I'm still around. I was listening into your newest upload, the April 22nd VORW, and a listener who floated the theory that social anxiety is more or less a first-world problem had me thinking about the concept of survivorship bias, which Wikipedia defines as the, quote, logical error of concentrating on the people or things that made it past some selection process and overlooking those that did not, typically because of their lack of visibility," end quote. Now, to interject, number one, I read over your email, and I agree with what you have to say. I knew that the initial email that the listener wrote in and, mentioned that about anxiety, I knew that would, metaphorically stir the pot a bit and, invoke some responses to the contrary. But that's fine, I think my approach to discourse is that if someone has some thoughts that they want shared on the show, even if not everyone agrees with it, I still think, providing that it's not advocating, death of other people or something, they deserve to be heard out, and then, you've got your ability to retort. And I knew that was going to happen, and that's fine. It promotes, I think, intelligent discussion. So, back to survivorship bias, as you were writing, and actually that's something I was thinking about the other day in terms of bad drivers and reckless drivers, but, maybe I'll talk about that later. You continue with your email. Basically, in this context, the idea that people only in developed countries suffer from social anxiety could easily be a logical error, setting aside the fact that things like diagnostic processes, the availability of professionals qualified to diagnose mental health issues, and the willingness of individuals to seek a doctor's help for anxiety are far from universal guarantees. It is also possible that a larger portion of people across the world would be diagnosed with social anxiety if more people survived their mental health struggles. People who are too anxious to survive do not survive, whether through suicide or failure to complete tasks necessary to continue living. For example, my grandmother passed away back in 2006 or so, and her cancer might have been treatable if she hadn't been too anxious to visit the hospital until things got too bad. I've dealt with social anxiety for the majority of my life, including my life pre-internet and pre-smartphone. People diagnosed with social anxiety, by definition, are people who have successfully navigated the world with and despite that social anxiety. We are often functional people who can manage the social components of survival despite discomfort. Another interesting misconception is that people with social anxiety are all introverts. This past year of quarantine and lockdown has been very difficult for me, even though I have social anxiety. I still miss seeing people and need them in my life, even though it sometimes can be a bit much. I'm not happy alone for any great length of time, and very much need companionship no matter how daunting it can be. Another misconception is that social anxiety is just, quote, caring too much about what other people think of you, unquote. I personally, honestly don't care much about what other people think of me. I just find interacting with others to be extremely discomforting and even dissociative sometimes. Social anxiety and anxiety in general can have a wide array of triggers, and sometimes it can surface for no discernible reason. Here's a very interesting article that features my favorite example of survivorship bias, which utilizes my favorite example of the phenomenon, the one featuring World War II aircraft. But if someone wants to find it, you could look up what World War II taught us about our mental biases. And if you search that in Google, that's the first one that comes up. I read it. It's a good article. I liked it. You finish your email by writing, "Anyway, sorry to go off on a tangent. I'm just very interested in mental health. Hope you're doing great, and that your own mental health is flourishing. Thanks for listening, and thanks for making excellent videos/podcasts." Well, thank you, Chelsea, for your kind words, and for what I would say is a very informative, well-written, and nicely constructed email. Obviously, as I kind of talked earlier, I'm kind of going through my own anxieties, although admittedly, and I'm sure this is going to be, condensed a little bit to edit out a couple pauses or whatever, but I've been sitting here for an hour and 16 minutes now, unfiltered, and I feel better now than when I did at the beginning, because, kind of getting into these emails, at least it gets my mind working, and, I have to read what people are writing and then try to think and digest what's being sent my way, and that certainly does help, but obviously my own anxiety right now, it's not so much social anxiety, I guess, as it is more so just health anxiety with a little bit of pessimism to, to add to it. But, no, thanks for writing in. Okay, this one, there's more to it than meets the eye. Your podcast is great. I love listening to it. I have one question. What are your thoughts on milk? Sincerely, a concerned milk drinker. Milk. My thoughts on milk. My view of milk right now is, I would say, a positive view. You have, of course, many types of milk, right? And many varieties. And, to an extent, I do drink some milk every single day. I usually have a little bit in my coffee. And, I don't necessarily drink too much milk just straight up. I think if you've heard me talk about it before, if I ever eat Oreo cookies, despite it being called milk's favorite cookie, I eat them so sacrilegiously with water and not milk. So I'm not necessarily one to, just drink milk straight up, nor do I, drink milk in various flavors, such as, chocolate milk, right, which Obviously, that comes from the brown cows, and the strawberry milk, that's a rarity these days. But that, of course, comes from, the pink-colored cows, which, again, that's why, you don't see too much strawberry milk, because how many pink cows have you seen? Right, they're out there, but they're very, very evasive. You don't see them very much, they're just shy. But milk, I haven't any sort of aversion to it. I am not lactose intolerant. Largely, if I am to drink milk, I drink it as, a component of another beverage. But milk doesn't bother me, it hasn't, and all's good there. It was a little bit of a rough start, though, It was... I wasn't one of those kids that, just starts guzzling down the milk right away, let's say when you're in school or something. Milk grew on me a bit later in life, actually, when I first started drinking. I began to appreciate it more, I should say, when I started drinking tea. I started adding at times some milk to some tea, and, coffee too, especially coffee, more so than tea. And you just begin experimenting with it, and you realize, this milk, it's not bad, it doesn't wish me any ill will or anything like that, and, it's fine, and of course, it's not the worst thing that you could drink. I'll never forget one experience, though, when I was young, and I must have been maybe, like I said, early on it was a little tough, so I must have been 6 or so, I wager. And I think this is one of those experiences, why it made milk drinking just so difficult for me early on, because, one thing that at least I've seen from experience anyway, lots of young kids like their milk. It's not universal, but I would say more do than don't. And now when I was real young, I didn't mind milk, but it was, I think, one experience that kind of changed my mind a bit. And again, it probably took me 6 more years after that, until I was around 12 or so, to overcome that hesitancy and, begin to reappreciate it, in a sense. Now, I don't know how everyone's school was, but my school, when I went to elementary school, milk was a hot commodity and very popular amongst the student body. Milk was the preferred beverage of choice, Some would drink water, some would drink juice. I was a water guy. But I'd say like 95% of the students drank milk. And when you were really young, they actually had milk time. But, that's kind of talking about preschool and stuff. But obviously during lunch in the school cafeteria, for those who would go and, get lunch from the school, the choice of beverage, everyone would go with the milk. Everyone would get the milk. It would be in these little paper cartons, and everyone just loved it. And, I drank it like once or twice here and there when it was offered to me. It was like I didn't mind it, but I just preferred my water, and that's just what I would go with. I would even drink the water from the water fountain. So I remember it was like a twofold experience. I remember, and I'd have to say this must have been the day before, sometimes after so many years, your memory, it's like a little faded. But I remember one of the teachers, or maybe it was a teacher assistant or something, it was someone who was in the faculty of the school anyway. They must have watched me while I was eating lunch or something. They said, you never drink the milk. Are you lactose intolerant? And I remember I just said, no, I like the water better. I think I said something like, I don't know, it makes me feel better or something. It does. It makes you feel refreshed. But either way, I gave some sort of answer just saying, no, I can drink milk, but I prefer to drink water, as opposed to milk. And that was it for the conversation. Like, no one was angry at me. It was just like, to me, it seemed like, oh, okay, I get it. You're still drinking water, and, I guess that's better than, like, soda or something. And I thought that was just the gist of the conversation. And, I continued my lunch, and everything was good, and that was that. Once lunch was over, I went back to class, and went about my day, and everything was fine. It was the next day that it all changed, where again lunch was at the same time. And I remember before lunch, right before lunch, lunch period began, I had to go to the bathroom, and I remember asking the teacher if I could just go to the bathroom and then make my way down to the cafeteria. And I guess at that point they knew that I wasn't much of a, recalcitrant student or anything, so, they took me at my word, and they said, okay, just, don't dilly-dally, do your business, and, we'll be in the cafeteria. So I went to the bathroom, and, by that point all the students had already progressed down to the cafeteria. So I was walking down the hallway, which was pretty empty, save for, maybe one or two stragglers. And I made my way down to the cafeteria, which had these two doors that, you could swing open either way. And they were closed, so I pushed my way through. And right then and there, I stopped dead in my tracks. Because, lunch break during schools, at least here in the US, is always during the midday hour. It's around sometime between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m., I would say. And obviously, during that time, that is the brightest time of the day. I step into the cafeteria, and the room is dark. It is real dark. You would think it was at night, the middle of the night. All of the windows were blacked out. The doors, which had little windows, that was all covered up. And the only source of light were all of these candles lined up on all of the lunch tables and on the counters, and a few people even had, real big candles that they were holding. And it gave the cafeteria this, eerie, reddish sort of light. And I didn't know what was going on. I thought, was there some sort of special holiday, that I missed or something, and this is some sort of, special occasion, or did I walk in on something? I mean, what's going on here? I'm getting ready to just, because I had only just gone through the doors and closed them behind me. I'm fully immersed in the darkness now, because the door behind me was blacked out too. I'm ready to back out and go into the hallway and ask anyone what's going on in here, because I felt like maybe I shouldn't be in here right now. As I'm getting ready to back out, I feel someone behind me, and I look up, and now my eyes, are just barely beginning to adjust to the darkness, but because this person is so close to me, I realize it was the teacher from yesterday who asked me about the milk. And she looks down on me after having made eye contact and being able to see who this person is, says to me in almost a condescending tone, "I'll never forget it. You're gonna think twice about milk after today." And with that, it was she gave this hand gesture. All of a sudden, and I was so confused right now, these two custodians walk through the aisles to me and grab me, one kind of holding each arm, and they begin forcefully escorting me through the cafeteria, right down the center of it, with that other teacher behind me. As my eyes begin adjusting to the darkness, I'm realizing that there are students sitting at every single table in the cafeteria, and all eyes are glued on me. And then I begin hearing a murmur, and then almost in unison it starts getting louder and louder, and I start hearing banging too. And I realize all the students in the cafeteria, as I'm being escorted right down the center, all of them in unison are chanting, "Milk, milk, milk, milk," louder and more forceful and more aggressive, until along with that, they're banging their fists on the table in some sort of animalistic, almost sort of primal rage. "Milk, milk, milk, milk." And, I can't even mimic it, but imagine hundreds of voices collectively getting more riled up, banging and making this racket. Finally, right in the dead center of the cafeteria, because it it was larger than you would think. They escort me to this garbage can. And, it's like one of the big garbage bins that all the food goes in. They hoist me up, because obviously I'm 6 years old, I didn't weigh much of anything, and they throw me in the garbage can, and that's when I hear in unison people rise from their seats. And I'm still dazed, so I don't even try to get out, really. And that's when I start feeling the first couple drops, then a few more, then a stream, and then a deluge. It's milk. All of the hundreds of students collectively make their way to this garbage can that I'm in, and every one of them begins dumping the contents of their little milk carton onto me in the garbage can. The milk level is rising, and it's rising fast, until I'm nearly swimming in this garbage can, almost entirely submerged in milk. And just when I think it couldn't get any worse, they put the lid on the garbage can, and they begin spinning it around, faster and faster and faster. I'm sloshing around in there with all the milk. I can't see anything. Yeah, inadvertently, trying to open my mouth to, breathe what air is in there, and some milk, is obviously getting into my mouth. Faster and faster. Disorientation is building, it's growing, it's getting worse. Till finally my vision starts getting weaker, struggling to keep my eyes open, and I black out. And the next thing I remember, it's bright as day, my clothing is dry, I'm sitting there in class, and it's like nothing happened. No one's giving me any weird looks. No one's giving me any sort of slack. I don't smell any milk. My clothing, again, same thing I wore that day, is still completely dry. But I look at the clock, and about an hour has passed. But you would think it was just a normal, average day, other than that. So, maybe my involvement, obviously inadvertently, in the ritual to maybe some sort of ancient beast or something, is part of my early aversion to milk, but I think more so it was just because I was a water drinker, and that was just my beverage of choice. But that's all that it comes down to. So thank you for your question. A concerned milk drinker checking in. All is good, and relations with milk have been restored. And let's get into our next email now. Let's kind of dig around and let's see what we have. Looks like this is a comment from Chandler, who writes as follows. Hey, Review Brah, I don't know if I could say I'm a long-time listener, but I can say I remember first being exposed to you when you were blowing up on 4chan back in the early 2010s. I certainly haven't followed the whole time, but I've checked in to see if you were still producing content every couple years since then, and within the last year or so, I've gotten hooked. I just recently discovered the podcast, and it's been what I've been listening to at work ever since. I've got to say you provide some of the most wholesome content out there, and it's really great to be able to hear about world events without the polarized bias of the mainstream media. I don't really have a question for you this time, and I don't mind either way if I'm mentioned in the podcast or not, but I wanted to reach out and say hello, and just warn you ahead of time that I might be inundating you with questions and comments going forward. Thanks for everything you do. Great to hear from the other listeners about how much you help them out. I hope you keep it up for many years. Best regards from Chandler. Well, thank you, Chandler, for your kind words, and by all means, if any questions come to mind, feel free to send them in at will. As I always say, listeners are welcome to write in as often or as seldom as they wish. So thanks again for your feedback. Alright, so I took a bit of a break, and now I'm back. Let's just continue the show. Let's keep it going, and let's get to as many emails as we can. Alright, let's open up the folder again, and we'll just go... I guess we'll just kind of work from the bottom up. Jake writes in, life advice. Hello, Review Bra. Your podcast and food reviews mean a lot to me. They always brighten up my day. But recently I've been having some issues in life. Both of my grandparents are on their way out. My mother is in bad condition in the hospital, and my dad is always at work from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. I've been having a hard time figuring out things to do to make me happy, because not a lot of things interest me nowadays. I was wondering if you had any advice on things to keep my mind off it. I'll be tuning into your shortwave broadcast every time it's aired, no matter what. Hope you're doing amazing. So thank you, Jake. Obviously a very serious predicament, and it's really tough because, obviously you're going through some difficult times. Evidently, I think just the life situation around you, if I were to take a guess at it, is kind of having an effect negatively on you. Your grandparents, you don't know how much longer that they're going to be around. You don't know how much longer your mother is going to be around. And your dad is just very busy and isn't there all that much. Now, there are one of two answers that I can give, and you know this, I don't. So that's why I'm giving two answers, because I really don't know. I don't know what the relationship is like, that you have with your grandparents, with your mother, with your father. I don't know if it's a good relationship or a bad relationship, I don't know. So obviously, taking that into account, their loss can mean different things. If you've had a good relationship with them, your mother, your grandparents, whatever, I would just recommend, I know that it could kind of be tough and the situation can be depressing, and you might want to, try to keep your mind in, better places, more positive thoughts. But you just have to understand, most importantly, that, of course, not only is our own time on Earth finite, but so is the time of everyone else, and we don't know how much longer we have left. You don't know how much longer your folks have left. So if you do have a good relationship, like I said, I know that it's a depressing situation and you might want to distract yourself a bit, but now isn't the time to do that. Right now, providing that it's a good relationship, I would recommend that this be the time to hone in and make the most of whatever time is left. Have those conversations that maybe you've been putting off. Just talk about anything. Make what memories you can, be there for them, and just do your best to make their last moments positive for their sake and for your sake as well. And, just do your best to be there. In my opinion, as much as you possibly can be. And then, when the inevitable does happen, then comes the time for mourning, and then perhaps in one way or another trying to, to rebuild. And that's when the time can come, and it's got to be at your own pace. Well, what next, right? That's when that time comes. That's the first thing. You also have to take into account, well, what if it is a bad relationship and I never got along with them, etc. It's up to you if you want to be there for them in their last moments, and that's up to you. That's for you to decide. You have to go with the choice that you're comfortable with. It's all dependent on on what you're comfortable doing. But in that case, you have to just start looking introspectively, and you have to think to yourself, well, putting, these difficult times aside, I mean, what is it that keeps me going one day to the next? What is it, if anything, I look forward to? Where does my will to live come from? And what I've said in lectures in the past, take this with a grain of salt, but I sometimes say, in terms of life and, deciding essentially to live, to continue living, I don't think that you need necessarily these grandiose goals and expectations and things that you want to do with your life, as reasons to justify spending another day here, right? It's not like, I'm still going to be here, because, I plan on going here, and here, and getting promoted to the CEO, and getting this mansion, and going to space, and, all this ridiculous stuff. Honestly, it could be something as simple as saying, well, one thing that I really look forward to is nature, and, going to this park, and, hiking on this trail, and seeing the sights, and, getting some fresh air, and just getting away from it all. That could be enough. You could say, well, that's better than nothing, and build off of that. Just take even the most basic thing. It could be just, what do you look forward to? Is there anything that you derive any sort of pleasure or satisfaction from? Could even be music, could be movies, could be writing, could be studying, could be playing games, whatever it is, but you have to even hone down on that most basic thing. What is it that gives you any sense of enjoyment in life? Use that number one as just the most basic justification, for making it through another day, and for hanging on. And once that's honed in, start building off of it, start just thinking about other things. Think, well, what do I want to do with my life? And that's a question that I don't have the answer for. I'm not you. That's something that I didn't even know for a long time, but sometimes the answer does come to you. It comes in unsuspecting ways sometimes. Things get really tough. There's no harm in, trying different things, be that meditating, going to a counselor, talk it out. Sometimes that can help. Things get real bad, and you deem it necessary, don't hesitate, see a doctor. These are resources that are there for you to take if you wish. Don't force yourself, but if you wish. Obviously, Jake, I don't know your situation in detail, but I most sincerely wish you the best, and I hope that, you just keep your head up, be an upstanding individual, be the best person that you can be. Keep looking forward, but don't lose sight of what's going on right here, right now. Better days are ahead. There will be greener pastures down the road. Thank you for your email. We hear from Sully. Hello, Report of the Week. I've been listening to your show for many years, and I believe one of my last emails was in August or September of 2016. Wow, you've been here for a long time indeed. I figured this out by finding an old note which contained a timestamp of you reading my letter on an earlier VORW. What you say, I found my old letter quite comical, and feel like I owe you a more serious one. Sorry for the downer topic, but listening to that old VORW made me reflect on the passage of time, which has been a somewhat frightening concept to me for a while. I try not to be anxious about it, because I know there's nothing I can do about it, but it feels like I am constantly in more and more situations where I look back and can't believe how much time has passed. At only 20 years old, looking back on things that happened 5+ years ago makes me feel like time is flying by, and I can't imagine it will get any better as I age. To interject, yeah, I mean, I've got a couple years on you, not too many, but a couple. And, I was thinking earlier today about the passage of time myself. It doesn't give me much anxiety anymore because it's just something, through a process that I really can't even explain. It just happened more or less naturally with just I don't really know how, but it's just not something that gives me any anxiety anymore, and I accept it completely as an inevitability. And I also accept that it's not going to slow down, nor am I going to make it try to, I just know that it simply is. I know some folks say that the passage of time gets worse with age, although I feel in my circumstance it's already accelerated to a point, where I don't necessarily see how it could get any faster. Because you have essentially, and this is by my own choice, this isn't by anything else, but sometimes the days blend together. Now, when you say that, that always implies, oh, you're miserable, you hate it. No, I'm fine. That's actually the way I want it. But, the days blend together, and that contributes further, to the passage of time and its perceived acceleration. But I was thinking back, to some memories from 2007, and I was thinking to myself, it's crazy how we're looking at something that has passed by about 15 years ago, yet with such crystal clear recollection, I can recount these experiences, and so vividly in my mind they appear. It's like, wow, I mean, obviously things have changed since then, but it's still amazing that it, that it, has been such a long time. But I mean, I could even recount or recall experiences, much further back. I mean, there's this one memory I have very vividly from 2000. I mean, now that's going 21 years. I was quite young, but I remember there's a giant spider, and it was not a product of my imagination. Others can confirm its existence, and I remember that so clearly. I wasn't really freaked out by it, I was just mesmerized that spiders can get that big. And honestly, despite it being 21 years later, I've never seen a spider that big in the wild since then. But you think, wow, that's 2 decades ago, yet again, does that necessarily feel like it was 21 years ago? No, I mean, obviously so much has changed. I was but a tiny little kid. Yet at the same time, it doesn't necessarily feel like what you would expect 21 years to be. Feel like it would, feel more distant than it does. And I imagine that's just how it's going to be, I bet that's how it is with a lot of folks, Individuals far older than I am, I bet it's exactly the same feeling, it's not any different, it's not any sort of, any more, whatever you want to call it, distorted or foggy or seeming like it's older than it is. I bet recollections from 50 and even 70 years, 80 years ago, feel exactly the same as, how I'm recalling that event from 20 years ago. Yeah, interesting stuff. I think what surprises me more, and I imagine will only continue to, is not so much the passage of time since 2007, for instance. Let's just use that as a benchmark. But especially the passage of time since around 2013. How 2013 is 8 years ago. That honestly surprises me more than 2007 being 14 years ago. And I'll tell you why. Because in 2007, at least, despite it being that far back and, kind of still being a surprise, it's just I was still, in some ways, a different person than I am now. I was still a kid. I really didn't dress as I do now. I mean, those very first thoughts of a more formal appearance were beginning to take hold, but I still just wore, regular clothes. My hair back then, I didn't slick my hair back or any of that. I didn't even have a part. I, just kind of had my hair combed. I don't know, how do you even describe it? I don't know, I just combed it forward and had some bangs and stuff, and it wasn't too long, but it wasn't short either. And it's like, you could look back at yourself and you could say, as a kid, I was a kid. Could make that differentiation. In 2013, make no mistake, I still was, I was not an adult yet. But I was much closer to how I am today than I was in 2007. In 2013, I still thought differently about some things. I didn't have as many experiences. I didn't know as much. Not that I know really much of anything now, but I knew even less. But many of my current interests were already being formed then. Shortwave Radio, I was getting into that in late 2013. The way I dress, that's much the same as to how I do now. I was getting ideas to start doing a program, VORW, that came about in early 2014. Some of the same types of stuff that I deal with now was starting to then. And that's, when there's less to separate it from the present, that's when the passage of time really does begin to hit, and it's like, wow, I can't believe that was 8 years, I guess if I'm still alive, it'll get to a point where it's, I can't believe it was 10 years and then 15 and, so on and so forth for as long as I sit here and crawl over to the microphone. But, yeah, very interesting stuff. I know it can certainly be anxiety-inducing, and there's no real way to say, oh, don't worry about it, it's going to slow down, because it's not the truth. That's just sitting there and lying to you to try to make someone feel better about it. And honestly, that'll just be worse when you realize that you're just kind of being fed BS. But one thing that I tell myself is just, not on the exact note, but kind of on a similar note to what I was saying in the previous email, make the most out of the little things in life. Some people with these bucket lists and everything. I'll tell you why I don't have a bucket list and have never been, very, very friendly toward the concept, I suppose. Because to me, bucket lists, it can be, I suppose, a fun mental exercise to explore the what-ifs. But a lot of the time I think bucket lists, that concept of things I want to do before I die, I hate to be a pessimist, and you can call me that, rightfully so, but honestly I think a lot of folks put things on bucket lists that they're never actually ever going to accomplish in their lives, one way or another. You know, either the logistics just don't exist, the material resources just don't exist, or it's an idea that maybe sounds good and interesting but will never actually be practiced in reality. Not again, you know, bucket lists, I guess, can be a useful organizational feature or something fun to do for entertainment, but I think it just puts into mind and puts into perhaps as a standard setting unrealistic goals and looking over, I think, some of the smaller, much more meaningful and important facets and memories in life, and it replaces them with this concept that, alright, well, I guess I'm not really living until I go ziplining and, you know, swim with the sharks and walk the entirety of the Great Wall of China and visit every single country in the world and, you know, all of this stuff. It's like, you know, these are some pretty lofty goals. Are these really accomplishable, though? And I think we know the answer to some of them. That's not to say that, you know, if you want to live a little, don't. Obviously, if you do find yourself in an opportunity to zip line, and that's something you've really wanted to do, assuming that you understand the risks, and you still wish to proceed, you know, then by all means, you know, go for it, and enjoy yourself. I think you know what I'm getting at, though. I think one thing that it doesn't slow down the passage of time at all, but at least it's a way to try to make a little bit more of what you got. Just don't lose sight of the small things in life. Don't lose sight of the little things. You know, sometimes the people, the things, the places we take for granted every single day. Now, that does not mean be hedonistic. I don't necessarily support that concept either, because I think the ideas of hedonism are just, you know, tied to excess and selfishness. But it's just like making the most of some of the little things. You know, for instance, if it's just a really nice day outside, maybe take a couple minutes, just take it in. You know, you had a really good meal, take that in. Listening to some good music, you know, just take a minute to appreciate it. Appreciate what good things there may be in your life. And most importantly, take a moment to appreciate, you know, the people around you that are of significance to you, be that family, friends, loved ones, whoever it might be. Take a moment to recognize their company, all that they've done for you. Make sure every now and then to let them know, you know, that they just mean a lot to you and that you're thankful to have them as a friend, or, you know, that you love them, or whatever it might be. Or, you know, pets, make sure you treat them every now and then, you know, a little bit more. Yeah, that's not necessarily spoil them completely, but you know what I mean. Show your appreciation and as a means of gratitude, so to speak. Anyway, that's my advice. On a final note, I'm going to omit this, but you mentioned some reception difficulties on the shortwave. I will send you a broadcast schedule with some of the best frequencies and times for your area, as well as a few reception tips and a couple words about wire antennas. Thank you for your email. Chris in Las Cruces, New Mexico, online and shortwave listener too. Let's take a quick sip of water. This was in regards to the email that was sent in the last show about anxiety. We already had, I think, an email or two about that, and we'll add another one. Hey there, John. Just something I wanted to remark from the latest podcast. Just a warning that I'm about to hop on my soapbox here. No, absolutely. You have every right to say what you wish. Continuing, a listener said something to the effect of anxiety disorders being a, quote, first world problem, unquote, caused by being too comfortable, too pampered, and not forced outside of our respective bubbles. This is the kind of sentiment shared by people who simply do not have first-hand personal experience with an actual anxiety disorder. Everyone gets anxious or depressed now and again. These are survival mechanisms we've developed as a species that have allowed mankind to flourish as much as it has. They're normal feelings to have. The issue is when these feelings are pervasive and omnipresent with no discernible source. Chemical imbalances can be at the root, prior trauma, things like that. But when these feelings occur outside of the occasional normal intervals and are constant and unrelenting, then it gets to the territory of being a disorder. Speaking for myself, I am a U.S. Air Force veteran in my 40s, married, have a son. I've been outside of my bubble plenty, but I've had professionally diagnosed social and general anxiety disorders since my early teens. Hearing the dismissive rhetoric of "you need to suck it up" is right up there with telling a gunshot victim to just walk it off in my book. Anyway, rant over. Just wanted to throw my 2 cents in while it was fresh. Social anxiety is awful. The fact that you're pushing through it to put yourself out there over the shortwave and YouTube is saying something. Chris from Las Cruces. Thank you, Chris, for your kind words. Thank you for your service, by the way. And I appreciate your thoughts. I thought that was well written, well represented, and it didn't seem like any sort of a rant to me, so I just thought it was a concise email. Very nice. We've got an email coming in, and now on a vastly different note, from Liam. Hey, Review Bra, I want to start off by saying I love the channel and everything you do. Even if your videos came out before I eat lunch, I can't help but watch them. Recently, I found out about the existence of a cake that McDonald's sells not on the menu. Have you heard of this? According to this article, some employees don't even know about this. I would love to see you review this, even if it's a bit unorthodox. Apparently they aren't available at every McDonald's restaurant, but I figure I'd shoot you an email to let you know about it. Alright, let's see what this article is. I haven't looked at it yet. tasteofhome.com is the website. It's written by Lauren Naru. And the title of the article reads, McDonald's sells birthday cakes for only $9 and no one knows about this. Well, let's read an excerpt of it since it's not a long article. Alright, let's see what this is. Very short, actually. You won't find this birthday cake on the McDonald's menu. You could always count on TikTok to teach you something new. I suppose for some. This week we were shocked, and I say it with emphasis because it's in italics, when we learned that you could actually buy a sheet cake at McDonald's, but many McDonald's employees didn't even know about the cakes, so I bet this is new news for you too. Let's see. Someone bought a cake, uploaded the video, celebratory sheet cake, packed in white cardboard box. The sponge cake, available in your choice of chocolate or vanilla, is covered in vanilla frosting and features an image of Ronald McDonald in the center. It could be great for birthdays, promotions, or making it through another Monday. Whatever. How can I get one? So I guess this is a catch. McDonald's off-menu sheet cakes are available for just $9. While the price might be right, there is a catch. They aren't available at every location, and it's up to local management to decide if they want to offer them at their store. So there's only one way to find out. Swing by your local McDonald's and ask. Don't be surprised if the employees aren't entirely sure about what you're talking about. Up until this week, the cake appears to have been one of McDonald's best-kept secrets. Alright, very interesting. McDonald's cakes. You know, that is interesting. I bet the one McDonald's, the big one in Orlando, I guarantee you, I would be willing to bet anything that they would have it. Because there's this one McDonald's, now this isn't the only McDonald's, of course, There's got to be like 3-4 dozen McDonald's in Central Florida, but there's this one McDonald's in Orlando that is, I think, the world's largest McDonald's. And I've done a review once or twice from them, because they have this extended menu with items that no other McDonald's has. They're the one McDonald's that still sells pizza, of all things. And let me tell you, McDonald's pizza is actually really good. It's actually, if you're ever there, give it a shot, because you're missing out if you don't. You would be shocked that this came from McDonald's of all places, so just a heads up, it's actually pretty good. But they have all other sorts of just interesting items and stuff that you would just never see at another one. But I would have to bet, of any McDonald's out there, that would have to be one of them that has that cake like 100%. That reminds me back in the day when you could have a birthday party at McDonald's. God, I remember that, It's funny. Do they even do birthday parties at McDonald's anymore? I don't know, I just laugh at the concept of a birthday party at McDonald's nowadays. I mean, I could you imagine at a birthday party at McDonald's in this dismal state that it's in nowadays? Be the worst birthday party of your life. Oh gosh, now I'm being mean. It should, it's just a case-by-case basis. I bet there's some McDonald's out there that, the way it is with all these fast food places, right? It's so hit or miss from one place to the next. It's, sometimes you go to a place and it's all about the people who work there. I realize that can be the defining characteristic of something that's good versus bad, quality-wise. There's one McDonald's, for instance, I went to, and the service was great, and so was the food. So I bet if that crew were working there, they seemed passionate, they seemed like they actually enjoyed what they were doing. I bet if I went to a birthday party there or something, it would actually be a pretty decent experience. This is just for kids. I mean, believe me, if I tried to set that up now, I'd be kicked out of the place probably. But then there's another McDonald's that I usually avoid because the crew there is just so... It's like they obviously hate what they do, but they reflect that toward the customers, and you just get the most miserable, attitude. I guarantee if someone were to host a birthday party there, it would be awful, and I doubt it would be very pleasurable an experience. So that's just why I kind of laugh, just thinking about those sorts of establishments trying to host a children's birthday party. Boy, that would be one for the books right there. And that's not to say that, low morale and all of that is anything new. Of course it wasn't. But it does seem like it's more prevalent now. But, maybe that's just kind of looking at the past too positively. I don't know. I just feel like service and, the quality and the product, whatever, were better then. Because I went to my share of McDonald's birthday parties when I was young. And now, again, this is looking back. I was quite young. Probably 20 years ago. But I did go to a couple. Because I remember the one McDonald's nearest me, it was all souped up. I mean, it had a special party room, and then it had the play place you could run around in, and all of that fun stuff. And it was enjoyable, and no one was really thinking of the concept that you're having a birthday party at a fast food restaurant, because they actually did a decent job. So what's there to criticize when it's a legitimately enjoyable quality experience, That's why now, again, just seeing the differences to how it was then, I laugh just even picturing it, and I'm kind of shocked they still do this. But I would, I don't know, just everything tasted good, they had everything set up nice, it was festive. Everyone seemed happy, and I would always go with my orange high C for those special occasions. Normally I was an ardent water drinker, but I always called it the orange drink. And, I would break it out for that. And then, run around with the other kids, because at that point I was too young to really, care about what others really, just the anxieties weren't there. It's just a little kid running around having the time of my life. How it's changed. Very interesting. Interesting that they still have the cakes, though. Yeah, one day for the fun of it, I might just try to order one. I would get the vanilla cake, I bet. That's what I would do. I would get the vanilla one. Maybe the chocolate. I don't know, though, because, the chocolate and vanilla combination is good. But I do have a hankering for vanilla. And it sounds like there is vanilla on it either way. Too much of a good thing? I don't know. That's $9. I can try it out one day and take the plunge. Alright, interesting suggestion. Thanks for writing in. Let's stick with the food topic right now. We hear from Erica, who writes, "Hello, Review Bra. I'm going to make this short and sweet. Church's Chicken just came out with a competitive chicken sandwich. It's 99 cents, at least here in Jersey. Would you step up to the challenge of reviewing it? Thanks." So thank you for your suggestion. I happily would, although there is one limiting factor, that being, I don't know where the nearest Church's Chicken is to me. Let's find this out. Let's look. Look on the map. Let's find out. Only one I ever remember seeing was in Tampa, but there have to be others. Two of them are temporarily closed? What's going on here? Both of them are. Oh, how weird is that? That one's closed, and that one's closed. How many miles now does that leave me? Too many for a quick visit. Well, here's what I can tell you. If I find myself in an area where I will be able to conveniently obtain this chicken sandwich, I'll give it a shot. Now, I can't make any guarantees about that because it doesn't seem like there are as many locations as I had hoped, because I know Church's Chicken, they are not a small chain by any means. So, if those other ones were still open, it'd be much easier. But like I said, if I am in a situation where I can try it out, I'll give it a shot. And we'll see. Looking at their website, I've never been to Church's Chicken before, so that would make for a good review either way. It'd be fun. Chicken sandwich. Spicy or original? Looks like a standard chicken sandwich, but sometimes the simplicity is key. Yeah, I would be willing to try it. Looks solid. Thank you for the suggestion. You're listening to VORW International. Charlie is writing in. "Good afternoon, John. I hope this reaches you well. As a preface, I'm writing this a week away from obtaining my master's degree in clinical counseling. I have seen quite a lot about this field and was wanting to hear your thoughts. The main overarching question is, what do you think about counseling as a whole and its utility/benefits for a person, and how online care, as we call it, telehealth sessions via Zoom, compares to in-person, and if you believe one is more beneficial than the other? I have done both, and while I like online sessions for the convenience, I feel in-person helps more with building connections, but this is from the perspective of someone giving the counseling versus the one receiving. Apologies if this rambled on too much. I have been a long-time listener since 2016 and found much comfort in the consistency of your content while my life has been ever-changing. Best wishes and keep up the phenomenal work. Sincerely, Charlie." So thank you, Charlie, for your kind words. And now, since this email is about a week old, I can hopefully say congratulations on the master's degree. And now that you're out there, I wish you most sincerely the best of luck in your pursuits and endeavors. So I think clinical counseling, it's dependent on the circumstances, and I think it's also dependent on the counselor. I think you need someone who is a good listener, as well as someone with an air of objectivity, meaning, I think one of the worst things, now this is just, you are far more professional than I am. I'm just speaking from, what makes sense in my mind. I might be dead wrong, though, and I admit that up front. Again, you would know way more about this than me, so I'm not even going to try to pretend that I know. But just from my impression, I would hope anyway, that a good counselor would be someone who, again, is a good listener, but who's, again, objective and impartial, and, understands circumstance. In that, I mean, they aren't one to just initially write things off and have their mind made up from the first second the person steps in and initiates conversation. I would hope that someone would listen unbiasedly and would agree when, they feel it's right, but also, step in, and you don't even need to be too criticizing, but, just ask questions, point things out if necessary, but most importantly, hear people out. They're coming to you to talk for a reason, because perhaps other things aren't working, so be there for them to listen. And I think the efficacy of counseling is different. I imagine that there are some people that it just doesn't really do anything. Maybe it serves as an outlet to kind of talk about things, but it doesn't really solve anything and it doesn't help. But I do think there certainly are instances where counseling, maybe in combination with other treatments, maybe by itself, can really make that huge difference. And can be very, very important in, helping people get on the right track. It's not something for everyone, but there are circumstances, I think, where it helps. I think one of the most important things, perhaps, in the success-failure rate, maybe it is being able to listen. I know for me, if I had to go in and, for one reason or another, talk things over with a counselor, it would get to a point where if the person seemed to have their mind made up on everything, I would feel like I'm wasting my time and might stop showing up, because it's like, what am I even doing here? What's the point? They already have their mind made up, so why am I wasting my money here and wasting my time? A person doesn't always have to agree or whatever, but it'd be nice if you felt like you were listened to. Anyway, that's my take. I agree with you in terms of your view telehealth versus in-person. I think especially for something such as counseling, I think in-person is much more important in terms of efficacy. To me, it's just, I feel like online care can be good in terms of convenience, but in-person has the benefit. I just feel like, especially something like counseling, when you're not actually there and you're just having to talk online, I don't know, I think it's just something psychological, but there's this degree of separation because it's just something that we've already been doing for so long. You go to school online, you go to work online, you attend meetings online, you go online to get the food delivered to you, you do this online, you do that online, you watch this online, you listen to this online, you talk to people online, etc., etc. You go to the counseling online, it just blends in with everything else. What's so special about it? I think having that distinction of being in person, I know right now some people still aren't comfortable with that, which is why, of course, you have both options, I would wager. I guess it depends on the state you're in. I know here in Florida that's how it is. But I don't know, I just think things, especially in terms of mental health, are much more important when discussed in person. I don't know, I just think especially having those conversations, I just feel like it would be much more meaningful and impactful, again, being done in person. And I think it's a better way to, I don't know, maybe get in the right mindset that, I'm here to talk as opposed to I'm sitting here in my kitchen on the computer. I think different things work for different people, but anyway, that's my take. And I think it's good, though, that there are varied options, And obviously I have a preference toward one, but there you go. I just know, I remember I had to do a telehealth appointment for an ear, nose, and throat doctor, of all things, when my ear was giving me problems and I had an ear infection, because my ear was giving me problems and I had an ear infection and there was all this pain and pressure and hearing loss, you name it. And for some reason they wouldn't see me in person, which is ridiculous. How can you need to look in the ear to make sure it's nothing else. And they were only doing telehealth. So it just wasn't the same sitting there in the kitchen talking to him over my phone, video chatting, as actually being in the doctor's office. But in that case, I guess, I just tried to concisely explain what I was going through. And, they had to take the leap that, alright, we think that this is otitis media, right, ear infection, and we need to prescribe you these antibiotic ear drops. And they just had to go on that hunch, What if it wasn't, though? But there's only so much you can do with the telehealth. But they took the leap, and I got my prescription, and sure enough, after a couple days of administering those ear drops, which was a very uncomfortable experience, the pain began to dissipate. The hearing loss, the sensitivity, and the tinnitus that was essentially amplified by this began to diminish. And it got better, and now it's fine. And I have a couple extra eardrops lying around, I guess, in case I have any more problems. So, that worked in the end, but what if it was something else? Then you're back at square one, and all of that may have been, maybe it wouldn't have been, but maybe it had been avoided by going in person. So, it's a convenience versus, I think, some other practicalities. So again, thanks for your email. Thank you for checking in. Let's clear this one out now, make room for the next. And we'll go for this one, a suggestion from Jackson in Massachusetts. Greetings. In one of your recent podcast episodes, you brought up that shortwave radio may come to an end. Something you could try to make up for these shows is Twitch live streams. Although it may not be the same, it could make it so that we aren't completely void of your radio shows, and other people that don't have shortwave radio's access to extra content. Thank you for your time. So thank you, Jackson, Massachusetts, checking in. That's a suggestion that I've gotten a couple times. But the one reason why I hold off on that, well, two reasons. Number one, you have to again revert to something that defeats the whole purpose of why I've been using shortwave radio entirely. Rules and terms of service. And, again, right, how does Twitch feel about discussing, the COVID pandemic and the situations and what's going on in the news, Could you get banned for saying certain things? I don't know. I didn't think that I would get my channel nearly shut down by just talking about the early days of COVID-19 when it was primarily in China. Yet what happened? So you have to really, when that happens and you kind of get that warning shot, then you got to really start looking at things differently, and you can't think the same way. You can't think, I could just say what I want, I don't think I'm doing anything wrong, how can I be? You can't think that way, because maybe you don't see it that way, but how do you know that others don't see it that way, right? The other thing I know is, I don't know how music works on Twitch. Again, another one of the reasons why shortwave... sorry there. Had kind of like a bit of a cough come in. One of the reasons why I use shortwave radio is again because of the aspects and freedom in terms of music on that medium. And I don't know how that works with Twitch. So it just wouldn't be the same show either way. But an interesting suggestion. Thank you for sending it in. We next hear from Renee, and this kind of goes on to the topic of rules. Dear John, I've thought about sending this email for a while and kept hesitating because I didn't want you to take it the wrong way. This is no way a confrontation or me calling you out. I'm just very curious about the YouTube rules you frequently reference. Let's skip to the question here. Just off-air to just answer the previous that you wrote. Unfortunately, just you have to understand, a lot of emails do come in, and you could see, just we can't get to everything, but I thought you did bring up some interesting topics, nonetheless, and I appreciate that email. John, you frequently mention the rules restrictions with YouTube in your most recent podcast, and you also said you have to deal with various rules with different platforms. I'm thinking that it might be helpful for your viewers and listeners to have clear guidelines on the rules. Can you discuss the do's and don'ts on an upcoming show? So thank you, Renee, for writing in. Well, here's the problem, and I think some people don't understand this, because how can it be this way? We're taught from day one in school and in life that the rules are straightforward. And, in some cases they are. In some cases, various rules are more clear than others. You have the legal system, which is pretty clear for the most part. It's a lot of the times common sense stuff, Pretty much don't do anything crazy. And that's one thing. But a problem, especially online, is that when you're conditioned your whole life to believe that the rules and the do's and don'ts are all lined up very neatly and have no ambiguity, talk about this, don't talk about that, boy, wouldn't life be a lot easier? You know why I've had so many problems with these sorts of things and why I call them out so frequently? It's because there is ambiguity, and a whole lot of it. And this applies to many big tech companies to begin with. Do you know that me just talking about this right now is probably in violation of one of these rules? Now maybe this sounds paranoid, maybe this sounds conspiratorial, but this is the way that it really works, in my opinion. You have the written rules, and you have the unwritten rules. Violating either of those things will have consequences. And saying what I just said probably did. And it probably violated one of the unwritten rules. Do not bite the hand that feeds you. Don't call out, in any way, shape, or form, the sites that host you, because there will be consequences. Doesn't mean that, some gang of thugs is going to show up to your house and, beat you to a pulp. But, some things might happen otherwise. I don't know. You just have to be careful. That's one of the unwritten rules. You don't get that on shortwave radio. There is, there's programs that utterly trash the stations that broadcast them, and guess what? As long as they pay their bills, they still get broadcast. Another thing, in terms of COVID-19, essentially the rules in terms of that are, don't discuss conspiracy theories, and do not diverge from the official stance that the World Health Organization takes. What does that mean? Explain to me what that means. What is defined as a conspiracy theory? What is a conspiracy theory anymore? What about all the conspiracy theories that end up being proven to be true? What about those? Early on in the COVID pandemic, there was a lot of speculation. Obviously there still is, but some of that speculation early on proved to be true, but before that, you were the insane conspiracy theorist, and you should be punished for it. And then the other thing, it's a situation that's very fluid, things are ever-changing, and sometimes there's science that can back up multiple different viewpoints. Which one's right, then? You know? Which one is right? Beats me. So, what do you want to do? You want to take the chance and talk about it? Dodge bullet after bullet? Until you get hit? Or not talk about anything at all, because you know that's the safe bet? You know, well, I might have opinions, I might have thoughts. I don't know if it's considered the right thought to have or the wrong thought to have. So, you know what? I want to talk about it, but I'm just going to shut up, go sit in the corner, and let that be that, because I have too much to lose. What choice am I going to take? That's the one I'm going to take online. Because there is no other logical choice that you can take if that is your livelihood. And that's only one example, because that's the one that got me. But there's many others. Politics, social issues, etc. You know, you have to take certain positions, and that's it. Sometimes those are the right positions to take, you know, but sometimes I think it should be right to ask questions. I always support critical thought. I always support, if you want to ask a question, you know, then ask it. Because I don't think it's right to just be taught, you know, about events and even the news and what's going on in this world by just saying, see, this is how it is, so accept it. You know, maybe what you're being told is the right thing, and that is what's going on, but, you know, sometimes you might have questions about it, and things that maybe don't make sense at first, and then with a little clarification, oh, okay, all right, that makes sense, okay. Now I see why it is this way, or why it's not that way, or whatever. But, you know, I just don't like sometimes how it's like you can't even ask any questions, even if it would help clarify things or whatever. You know, you just get put down for even doing that. You just have to, you know, listen and be quiet. You know, the funniest thing is, like, I'm saying this right now like I'm some sort of Alex Jones-esque figure. I'm not. You know, that's the funniest thing about it. You can listen to the shows that I do on the shortwave. They are very, very tame. I don't sit there, you know, espousing extremist beliefs or views. I don't run some sort of, you know, militia radio show or something. I'm not telling people to rise up against the government or any of that. You know, none of that. Honestly, it's just a show where at least I know that I can discuss the news of the day as I wish without repercussions. That's what I thought I was doing on this podcast. And evidently, I was proven wrong. Well, someone might retort, well, you know, you keep talking about the rules, you keep talking about this so-called ambiguity that you keep claiming, so tell me, what exactly did they give you the strike for? Because surely they would have told you. I mean, come on, don't be ridiculous. You know, quit worrying. Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. All you get is the strike, and the same general things that I was told earlier about conspiracy theories and divergent information, and that's it. Do they tell you when or where or what you said? No. They give you a 3-hour show, and that's it. So what part was in violation? You don't know, you can't appeal it, you can't do anything, and you're dead in the water. So when it comes down to that, like I said, What do you want to do? Do you want to stand in the line of fire and have a bunch of people shooting at you, metaphorically, and keep hoping that they miss? Take that risk, because you're going to get hit another day. It's going to happen. Or do you want to make various changes for your own sake? That's what I did. And that's why I am still so resilient about the medium of radio, and why I do different shows for different platforms, in that I edit out certain things, for YouTube. Other things that don't fly, let me just look up some of these things that would get the video in trouble, essentially. And either way, even if it's not something that is necessarily strike-worthy, it does have implications. In that maybe I could upload the video but no one will see it, and if you're still doing this for an audience, what's the point? But, one example could be something along the lines of, sensitive issues. Alright, what are sensitive issues? What is... Because everything... Same thing, like, what's a conspiracy theory? People have different definitions of conspiracy theories, What is a conspiracy theory anymore? The term gets flung around so much. What are they? Questions about vaccines? Is that a conspiracy theory? Some people will say it is, some people won't. What about CIA involvement in various things that, people might not expect initially? Maybe, is that, or is that reality? Right. It's like, what do you even consider a conspiracy? Are aliens, is that a conspiracy theory, or is that a whole different thing of its own? I don't know. See, again, you're kind of treading into dangerous waters there. Some can call it paranoia, but I've already been through this more than once, so I personally think I have every right to be paranoid. But again, you get ambiguity, and more ambiguity. What are sensitive issues? What are sensitive events? I don't know. I never, your guess is as good as mine. So I have to take guesses. Well, I doubt I could really talk too much about death. That's why, again, there was a good email a couple shows back about, terminal illness. But I feel like, death, I guess that's a sensitive thing, so, and obviously such a direct topic like that, don't really want to talk about it, so I have to skip it on YouTube and talk about it on the radio. And then there's another rule, like in terms of discussion, discussion of war and tragedy and all of that, and catastrophic loss of life. Why even talk about it in this show? So does that mean when I discuss what's going on in Myanmar, and believe me, I really try to hold back. I can go into much greater details, and I don't, on purpose. I try to just skim over things and just give people a look at what's going on in the world. Because so much of the media here in the U.S. is only obsessed with domestic issues and forgets the billions and billions of other people. But it's like, I don't know. Just even talking about it in that abridged a way, am I violating that rule? And is this channel at risk right now? I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. How broad is it? What does it mean? What encompasses that? I don't know. No one knows. That's the problem. You see what I'm getting at? That's why I keep talking about these rules. And it's not as cut and dry as people think. And sometimes you think, I think it's just, I don't really think it's that broad. I don't really think it's that, that general. It's not until you're proven that it is. And I was proven that, and that's why my view of it has completely changed, and why, again, I continue to embrace the medium of radio, and it's just a way, at the very least, it shouldn't be a place only for extremists and people too far one way or another that get deplatformed from every other place online. It should be a nice bastion of at least being able to talk about whatever you want to talk about, even non-controversial like I do, but not having to worry about this sort of stuff, That's what it should be. And hopefully these stations will stick around and, provide airtime affordably to folks who are interested and, can appreciate those properties. And I hope for a day that'll breathe, kind of a new life into the medium. But do I expect that to happen? No, I don't. It's a pipe dream. And I can't really see that happening unless there's some sort of, catastrophic event that renders, all of the benefits of this information age of computers useless, such as like a Carrington event, solar flare, or a disaster the likes of which we've never seen before in our lives, such as Yellowstone exploding, or if the hypothesis about, the La Palma tsunami is ever rendered true and that happens, that's another one that will make shortwave pretty popular again, at least in the afflicted areas. Kiss the eastern seaboard goodbye if that ever happens. So, yeah, but I would hope that look, if it came to a point where it's like, alright, these catastrophic events could happen and shortwave radio can be popular again, or they don't and the medium dies, then let it die. You don't want to see millions and millions of people die just so this medium of radio can become more popular, right? It's not worth it at all. So I just hope you understand, and it just leads to some frustrations, because it's just the way that it is. And this isn't a rant at YouTube, or any site in particular, it's just a rant at the way things are everywhere. It's not just YouTube that is this way with rules, and maybe, they're like this for good reason. I don't work there. I don't know what goes on in the boardrooms. I don't know what happens between or behind closed doors, not between closed doors. I don't really know. I never will. So, resultantly, it's just like, hey, this is just how it is everywhere. This is how all these sites are. Maybe it's for good reason, maybe it isn't. I don't know, I'll never really know. All I know is that this is what's going on, this is how it affects me, this is what I can do about it, so that's what I'm going to do. Thanks for writing. Next email comes in from Mitchell. A question we get quite a bit. A fan from Australia, from the land down under. Have you considered a video aspect to the VORW podcast? So thank you for your email. I would never say never, although I don't think that would necessarily be overly likely to happen. But I would just say it would be more likely than not that it wouldn't, because when I'm on camera, this different persona comes about, where I feel as though I have to be more animated, I have to be more... You have to be fast when you're on camera, you see. And sure, you can have some cuts every now and then to collect your thoughts, but when it's done to excess, and you have cuts every 5, 10, whatever seconds, it gets annoying. And when I record this show, I left that in intentionally, by the way, because there's so much of that usually. When I record this show, I oftentimes like to pause and try to choose my words and think about what's being sent my way in the emails. Think about the emails and try to verbally construct a response that I, deem most appropriate. Granted, again, I could be faster if I wanted to, but a lot of the time, I like to at least give myself a little bit of time, again, to just collect my thoughts and give the best response I can. So, number one, that just doesn't translate well to video. The format would change, the quality would go down, the show would seem more rushed. I could do it. I have done it. But in the past, in 2019, when I did record a few video segments to this podcast, despite there being many requests for it, there was no difference in analytics between the video segment and the audio only. If any, the video segments performed worse than audio only. And that's all. I just would prefer, more quality over that. But I know, I understand that there is a lot of appeal. It seems like every podcast these days are, done video and then audio after that. I guess I'm just old school, and I guess this is just what works best for me, but I know it's not trendy, it's not popular, and I know it's restrictive in terms of, this show getting anywhere, though that's not the intention. I've never done this show to try to make it something that it's not, I never started this podcast to think, this is going to be the next Joe Rogan. Yeah. Yeah, not a chance. But this is just what works for me, and I guess I'll just stick with the old school audio only for a good long while. Although, I don't know. I can't predict the future. I haven't any sort of crystal ball, but I appreciate your suggestion either way. Our next email is really just a comment. Peter in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I've been stumbling on your videos. I've been watching your videos. I don't know where that came from. I've been watching your videos for a while. Oh, and I just stumbled upon your podcast, which I'm enjoying catching up on. Okay, that's misstep on my end. I stumbled over that. I listen to you because of the lack of vulgarity in your content. A pet peeve of mine is listening to someone speaking and casually slinging out F-words and S-words, and more with every other sentence. It's not necessary at all. I often turn off content I'm interested in just because of this, so thank you. Have a great day. So thank you, Peter, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Well, I appreciate that. I personally don't have anything against profanity, although obviously I am not one to, pepper in such words in my content very frequently at all. Especially the real bad four-letter words, right? But that doesn't mean that I've never sworn in my entire life. Of course I have. Off camera, though. But even then, I am not, a prodigious swearer or anything. I do not have a foul mouth akin to the most seasoned of sailors or any of that. But, for instance, if, let's say I'm drinking my coffee, I'm holding it by the lid like an idiot, and the plastic lid pops off the coffee and it falls on the ground and spills everywhere, and because I didn't have a good grip on it, and I just lost my drink, I might say a profane remark. I might say, F, or, S, or something like that. But I'm not going to sit there and, say 50 swear words just over something like that and, slam my fist on the table and rip the toaster oven out of the wall for some reason. The poor thing didn't even do anything. And, just smash it on the ground, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not one of those people. But if the situation demands it, I'll, it all depends. I don't have anything against it. The one thing, though, and this is one of my personal views that, again, in terms of my own personal conduct, which is more conservative, that I guess does bleed over toward the public realm and does impact others. Just me personally, in a public sphere, be that a broadcast like this or a YouTube video that is reaching a mass audience, to me it just doesn't seem right or professional to swear in front of a mass audience. That just doesn't seem right to me, and it's just not something that I'm personally comfortable with. Now, if you want to, it's your show. If you do a show and you like to swear very frequently, I'm not going to bash you for it. That's your way of doing the show, It's your approach to it, and that's fine. It's like, I've got my approach, and you've got your approach, and they can be different, and we could still coexist, and it's fine by me. I guess I just take this old-school approach where it's like, it just doesn't feel right to swear publicly, be that on the airwaves, on the podcast, on a YouTube video. That's just my take. Same thing even in conversation. Like if I am at a doctor and I'm talking to a professional, let's say be that a doctor or a lawyer or some sort of authority figure, I just don't see myself ever swearing in conversation like that. Again, similar to that, it just doesn't feel right when talking to, an esteemed individual to use that sort of language. But if someone else does, again, I'm not going to sit there and think, oh, look at those foul-mouthed people, I'm so much better than them, right? I'm not going to do that. It's like, yeah, you talk the way you talk, and I do the way that I do, I do the way that I talk the way that I do. But that's just my approach. But if you swear a lot, it's fine by me. We could still be friends. I don't care. It's all good. And I still listen to profane music and all of that. So that's just my take. But I'm glad you enjoy the show. I just try to have some, good, clean fun, so to speak. So thanks for writing in. I'll be back in a couple minutes, just taking a quick break, and then we'll read some more emails. Alright, next email is a shortwave question from a listener who just goes by the name P. Dear Report of the Week, I enjoy your food review videos and have been listening to the podcast on YouTube. I've been considering purchasing a new AM radio, and after listening to a few of your podcasts, thought I might get one with shortwave capabilities. I've heard you recommend the Texun PL380 and the Texun PL310ET shortwave radios. I was looking at them on Amazon, and they are essentially the same price. I can see there is a cosmetic difference between the two models, but I am wondering if there is a functional difference. Could you please tell me if there is a difference between the two radios? Do you consider one model to be better than the other in any way? Thank you for your time. Sincerely, P. So thank you for your question. Certainly a good one, and a question that I have been asked before, because some people, they do see these two radios and they seem so similar aside from some minor cosmetic differences, but they're pretty much the same price, so you have to think, well, is one better than the other? My answer to that is no. One is not any better than the other. I would say the Texun PL380 and the Texun PL310ET are roughly identical in their capabilities, their sensitivity, and their overall performance. Both of them are good, though, by that I mean, regardless of which radio you get, you're going to really get some good bang for your buck, in my opinion, and find yourself with a pretty decent shortwave radio. I mean, some of the $200 radios or whatnot might be better, but all things considered, they're still pretty good. And the reason why I wanted to always list those two radios back to back is because if one radio for some reason is not available, you have an equal alternative that you can go with. It would be like if I only told people to buy the Texun PL380, and that's all I ever recommended, even though the PL310ET is just as good, I only recommended that one radio, and now it sells out for some reason. Well, then what? People only know of that radio, they might be more hesitant to get another one. You recommend both of them, and maybe again, there's availability issues, they don't ship to some region for some strange, event or something. I don't know why, but let's say there's limitations as to what's available where. Well, now you have this second one that broadens that up, so if one isn't available, then you can go with the other. And it's just like, you can't make up your mind. Just flip flip up a coin, toss a coin, heads is the PL380, tails is the PL310 ET, and go from there. But no, there's no difference, and it's just there to kind of have one as a fallback in case the other isn't available. But they're both just as good in my opinion. I recently upgraded my radio from a Texun PL660 to the Texun PL880, and I can go on for probably like an hour or more about this, so I'm going to keep it short. But the Texun PL880 is supposed to be the upgraded version of the Texun PL660. And the PL660, that's the first radio I ever owned. I got it in 2014. And it's like a $100 radio, maybe $120. So, it is slightly better than the others. But I liked it, and I thought it was a good radio. It seemed like it was... Oh my gosh, that thing was so durable. Don't even get me started as to how... the beating that thing could take, believe me, it's... With radios like that, I could understand why shortwave radio is so popular still in very harsh environments. I remember, and it's not just that radio, there was one listener who told me once he had a Texun radio, and he was listening on the shortwave, and that night, he left the radio, if I recall correctly, it was something like he left it in the bed of his pickup truck or something. And that night, there was a very heavy rainstorm, and that radio got rained on, and there must have been like a tarp or something in the bed. By the morning, he goes out to find it submerged in several inches of water, completely submerged. And he pulls it out, and still notices the thing is on, and there's still some audio crackling out of its speaker. This electronic device is underwater. Dries it off, and sure enough, the thing is back in working order with no issues. Now, don't tell me that's not a good piece of electronics right there if it's able to withstand the elements like that. And, that's his experience, not even mine, but I believe it because I've dropped the poor radio from heights that you'd think the thing would smash to pieces, only for it to be totally fine. Barely a scratch on it. So it's just a good radio, but, I was happy with it. It picked up a lot of stations from all over the world. It received AM radio, medium wave, as they say overseas. It received long wave, FM, shortwave, and the aircraft band, so you could hear the airplanes on it. But the radio, after so many years, started giving me some issues, and I felt it was time to either buy another one or upgrade it. And after asking the shortwave audience, who I figure would have a lot more radios than I necessarily do, said, well, do you think I should go with the Texun PL880 or buy another 660? I decided to upgrade and buy the Texun PL880, which is like a $200 radio, though it can be available anywhere from like $160 to $200. And that radio is essentially just a more smoothed out version of the Texun PL660, same general design, but just supposed to be a little smoother, a little sleeker, a couple more features, supposed to do a better job with like fine-tuning and being able to receive certain signals. The one thing, though, is that radio does not have the aircraft band, so if you live near an airport, or if you have an interest in aviation and you like listening into the planes, this might not be your choice, because I know the aircraft band can be a popular feature with some. So anyway, with the radio, I've really been doing a ton of listening lately to reacquaint myself with it. As what I would consider myself to be a relatively, experienced shortwave listener at this point. So the radio wasn't difficult to familiarize myself with, and it didn't seem like it was overly complicated. I liked that you were able to more precisely kind of scan through some of the frequencies, and there were options as to how you could adjust the bandwidth if you wanted to receive a little more or less in terms of audio fidelity. Scan through frequencies faster or slower or whatever it is. I like that. It's very precise. It's a precise radio. And it has a decent antenna. The metal antenna that's on it, I call it the telescopic antenna, is slightly longer than the one the Texan PL660 has, by about an inch or two, which it's already a long antenna. But the one thing that disappointed me a little bit, I felt like, while it's able to receive, because for a radio of its caliber, I would have the expectation that it would be able to receive stations just as clearly, just as sensitively, as the Texan PL660, if not better. Right, that's my expectation. It's a good radio, it's priced higher, so you're expecting a better product. And I was just a little disappointed, because for all the precision, for the nice, smoothed-out appearance, and for the higher price, it doesn't really make much of a difference in terms of, the strong stations. So, for instance, Radio Marti and Radio Habana Cuba, from Cuba, Radio Havana, Cuba, and some of the international broadcasters targeting the United States, such as the Voice of Turkey, Radio Romania International, WWCR, WRMI, WINB, etc., the reception isn't any different on those, the powerful stations. It's just as strong, just as clear, so no issue there. I just noticed a difference in terms of some of the weaker stations, some of the more distant or low-power stations. I just feel like the Texan PL660 was able to pull them in slightly better than this radio is. And one example that I cited for the shortwave audience is Radio New Zealand International. This is a broadcaster that is not targeting the United States, it's targeting the Pacific, and then thanks to the curvature of the Earth, the signal is able to carry over into North America, and we're graciously able to receive their programming. But, that station sometimes would come in strong, but I seemed to be able to consistently receive it better on the old radio than I can on this one. It just seems much more fluttery, the audio just seems so much weaker and just more difficult to pull out of the static, and it's just not as crisp and clear, despite this other radio that still works, albeit not completely, being able to do a better job. Another station, for instance, is a low-power station out of Brazil on 9665 kHz Radio Voz Missionaria, which is a religious station, 10 kilowatts. Obviously, Brazil is a very large country, and South America is a massive continent, so the signal still does travel a ways to get here. But, there's a lot of low-power stations in Brazil still, because in certain areas, such as the Amazon, and I guess even in certain impoverished area, radio is still a major means of, receiving information, so shortwave still does have its place in Brazil. It's diminishing, but I think especially in the Amazon and in those very remote areas, I can't see how, high-speed internet access is going to start popping up in these very remote villages anytime soon, so I figure the shortwave broadcasts over there will still be around for a while. But, that's one of those stations targeting that area with a religious message. But, it makes it up into the US, especially the southern areas. On the Texan PL660, it certainly has a lot of fading in and out because it's low power and it's traveling a ways, but you're able to listen to it, and it comes in clear enough to enjoy. Whereas on this radio, it just seems so much more fluttery, so much weaker, and it's like you can barely hear it half the time. So on these weaker stations, it doesn't seem to do as good of a job as I would have hoped. I thought it would have been better than the other radio, but I find myself kind of reverting back to the old radio to hear the more distant stations. So it's just an observation. The good news is that I was able, because I knew exactly, I knew there were things that I could do and adjustments that I could make that could improve reception enough, for it to be at my liking. So the other day I strung up a wire antenna outside, and sure enough, you do notice that increase right away in reception. And I'm fine with it. I'll be happy with it. I'll still take it because I could still get in the listening that I want. I just would have hoped it could have been a little better picking up those real distant stations, because it was nice to be able to listen to some of the low-power stations from Venezuela, Colombia, Brazil, Ecuador, you name it, without having to use a huge antenna. But, again, I'll take what I can get, and I'm happy I have a functional radio. So, there you go, a little impromptu assessment of the Texun PL880. I'll quit writhing around in this chair now, and let's get into a couple more emails. Jared is checking in. Hello, Review Bra. I finally come up with not one but two topics in my first email to the podcast. Well, number one, welcome to the show, Jared. Great to have you writing in, and I know that you're always welcome to correspond as much as you'd like. Great to have you aboard. My first topic question is a little less interesting than the second. Even though the answer is probably quite simple for many, I've thought about what people around the world wear as pajamas. I, for one, like to wear, typical pajama/flannel pants and either a t-shirt or a simple undershirt. As a side note, I usually wear socks and or slippers, but I never wear socks under the blanket. I'd like to think that many parts of the world have their unique clothing for nighttime. An example of this I found is traditional Japanese clothing called jinbei. Hope I pronounced that right. I apologize if I didn't. I know there are some listeners in Japan. Others might wear their usual casual clothing or even sleep with none at all. I'm somewhat curious as to what you might wear to bed, considering your dapper formal attire. I'm also curious as to what certain groups wear, such as Orthodox Jews or even monks. It's a random thought I had that could have some good discussion. Yeah, sleepwear. There's all different types, all different kinds, and like you said, I think there are some more traditional, ethnic means of sleep attire, whereas some prefer maybe more formal, more casual, or in some cases, nothing at all. I've never been one of those individuals. I just could never do that. What a thought. What I wear for sleep is some people might have seen it. I don't know if I ever filmed that in the Average Day videos, but I wear a white t-shirt. The sleeve kind of goes down, not quite to my elbow, but, just a white t-shirt. Still roomy, though, always a V-neck, never the crew neck. Always a white V-neck t-shirt. And then I have these black, they're not flannel, I just call them, sleeping pants. Whatever material they're made of, comfortable stuff. And, I try to be fairly wide leg. Just black sleeping pants. And then I wear dress socks to sleep also because I find them comfortable. But I am particular with that. What I usually do right before sleep is I tuck the pant leg into the socks, because one thing that kind of irks me otherwise is if I'm sleeping, sometimes, the pant, again, because it's more, it's wide leg, it's not like skin tight or slim fit or anything, so it can get caught on the sheets and then roll up to, my knee, and then it's like I'm wearing improvised shorts, and then that could make the rest of my leg cold, or it's just an uncomfortable feeling, so I tuck them into my sock, so they stay right where they're supposed to be. But then sometimes, while I'm under the covers, if I have some extra blankets on or something, I will put, or what am I even talking about? I'll take the socks off, not put anything on. Yeah, I'll take the socks off if my feet get warm, and then I'll just deal with it. It's just what it comes down to. So that's what I wear to sleep. I certainly do like those black sleeping pants, though. I bought 10 pairs of the exact same one, so then I don't have to worry about it, and I know I have enough, so that's what I did, and that's all that I wear. I was very, very disappointed, though. The place that I usually buy them from, I forget what it is. It's a major company, though, because they had consistently done a good job. So I thought, I can, get a couple extra pairs. They were on sale, too. So I bought, 2 or 3 pairs, and they show up, and they must have changed the cut of them, and it's like leggings now. I tried on a pair, and it couldn't be more different. It's like skin tight. It's just they are like literal leggings at this point. Wouldn't even say slim fit. I guess it is slim fit, but to me anyway, it felt like a pair of leggings. And I was so disappointed and so dissatisfied. I was done with them. I'm never going to wear these, and I was done with it. So I have to find another brand now if I need to get any more, and go from there. It was just disappointing. You see something, I wish at the very least they could offer some flexibility and say, okay, we've got slim fit sleeping pants, and then we have traditional fit ones, whatever, for someone who might be a little bigger, or prefers more comfort, or just prefers, the traditional cut. Get those. If you're looking for something more snug and, I don't know, trendy, and, whatever, maybe it'll keep you warmer or something, I don't know, then go with this. I wish that they could just offer those options and not just make such a big change in the cut of it and not even have the decency to announce that and say that it's slim fit, just act like it's the same product. So I was disappointed. And, but this is what I wear year-round. Probably something wrong with me, but I will wear this exact same outfit with the dress socks and the black pants and the white t-shirt. I will wear that even if I'm up north in the dead of winter and it's 0 degrees Fahrenheit outside. I will still wear this. And if I'm down here sleeping during the day and it's 95 degrees outside, I will wear this also. I wear the exact same thing year-round. I like the simplicity. You don't have to put any thought into it. You just grab another pair and that's it. To me, I find it quite versatile, and it's never given me any issues, so no problems there. I'm just as comfortable on a 100-degree day wearing it as I am a 0-degree day, and it just works for me. I don't wear sweatshirts or any of that. I really don't like the sensation of having to pull it over your head. I don't know, I've never liked that. That's another reason why I like the V-neck over the crew neck. It gives you more room to pull the shirt over your head, as opposed to where it's tighter with the crew neck. So I've never liked that otherwise. And I don't know, it's like if I'm cold, I can put a cardigan sweater on if I get cold. And get under the blankets otherwise. That's fine. Sleeping shorts have never appealed to me at all. Once I had a pair, I couldn't do it. It just felt too uncomfortable. It's like I don't feel, even though I'm sleeping and I'm under I don't feel decent wearing this, so I go with pants. So I can probably say I haven't really worn a pair of shorts under any circumstance in over a decade. This is all that I wear. All I wear are pants. It's just how I am. I don't feel comfortable having my legs exposed, even when I'm sleeping. I know it's weird, but it's just what I wear. No one else has to. It's just the way I am, Anyway, it was a 2-part email, so on to the second part. You say, now on to less mundane topics I have to tell. One of my favorite activities is observing wildlife. Although it's very fun to go to zoos or animal sanctuary type places and do things like toss peanuts to the black bear that was rescued from abuse, it's always more interesting to see wild animals where they belong, in the wild. I love to watch documentaries, and I have many books and toys from my younger childhood. I have a few stories to tell relating to what I've seen, mostly in my state of residency of New Jersey. Both in front of my house and by my shed, I have groundhog holes. These groundhogs come up often outside of the winter months, And out of boredom, I've created a log on when I see these groundhogs. They don't look all too much like the ones on Groundhog Day, as they're more light brown. More interesting animals that I've seen are a bald eagle once, a water snake, and foxes about 3 times. I wish I could see black bears in the wild from a safe distance, so I might have to visit North Jersey when they're out and about. Also, I'd love to see more cool animals in places like Australia, Brazil, and Canada. I want to see a moose, because seeing so many white-tailed deer gets repetitive. Yeah, I know what you mean. Another story I have is at one time I went to a dog park within walking distance from my house, and I ventured into a forested area. The forest is somewhat thin, since you can see the road, other trails, and the open area from most places. As I'm walking through, I notice an orangey dirt next to a fallen tree. And I look in there, and there are a few holes, and it took me a minute to realize that this is a fox den. And as I'm looking around there's deer bones. I'm assuming this is an unoccupied den, but this was probably one of the coolest things I've come across in my area. I put some pictures below. To end off, I'd like to ask if you've seen any rare animal sightings or anything of the like. Thanks for reading my long email, and keep making podcasts because they are calming and entertaining, from Jared. So thank you, Jared. Yeah, it's a good picture. Definitely see that bone right there. That's a big bone right there. Yeah, it's right by the entrance too, and well, so that's where the foxes would reside. I think that's very interesting. Cool pictures. So wildlife and animals. It's certainly interesting to me, to compare, because for most of my life I was in a similar area as you, New York, and I know the wildlife is very similar, so I've seen groundhogs, chipmunks, squirrels, the white-tailed deer, of course, all of that. And then plenty of birds, you see sparrows, chickadees, nuthatches, dark-eyed juncos. You see grackles, red-winged blackbirds, various woodpeckers, blue jays, cardinals, mourning doves, and a few others, but that's really, I think that's most of them. And it's fun to see the different birds. I would say the most diversity is really, from seeing those birds. There was one time, I never saw it, unfortunately, but a black bear did pass through the yard, and I know that for a fact because there was snow on the ground, and you could see the bear tracks. I mean, those were, it's unmistakable, the paw prints and everything. So a black bear did pass through, but never got to see it, So, that's always, it's still interesting, though. A lot of the creatures that I've really taken an interest in down here are the reptiles and amphibians. So all the different types of frogs that you get, and all the different types of lizards. I don't know, I just can't get over them. Because you never get, lizards and stuff up there, so it's just so... it's so crazy to just look out and see these lizards running around. I don't know, it's just the craziest thing. And I can't get over it. Every single day I marvel at them. Even today I was outside looking at some of the lizards. I can't get over it. I don't know why, I just can't. But you get all these different types, you get... let's see, which ones have I seen? I've seen the Florida scrub lizard, which unfortunately is near threatened now. I've seen all the different types of anoles, the brown anole, the green anole, some of the different types of skinks. I think I saw one of those, I think it was yesterday. Because, one of the characteristics, it's just, the pattern on them. It's one of the darker ones. It was black almost with a little bit of the white lines going down. But, I saw it. It was right there. You marvel at how long its body is, especially in comparison to some of the other lizards and the very long tail. So that was definitely a skink that I saw running around going about its business. And, you see all these different types of lizards and stuff, and there's even some gecko that I saw the other day. Actually, the poor thing was inside the house. I don't know how it got in, so I had to find a cup and, put the cup over it and a piece of paper and bring it back outside and let it go back outside. Apparently I forget the exact name, it was some sort of gecko, and they like sitting near the lights and eating some of the flies, that are attracted to it. But I thought, well, there's not going to be any food for you in here. So I brought it outside, near one of the lights that I put on at night, and I thought, well, maybe it can hang out around here and, feast on some insects when the sun sets. So I hope it does that. But all those are cool, I like the different frogs too. Those things are, oh gosh, they're the best. And some of the birds. Now, of course, in terms of all this wildlife, I've always liked these sorts of creatures. Only thing I ever saw up north were some toads, which I took great pleasure in seeing. And you see those down here too, along with the frogs. But all of this, especially the lizards, to see them all run around and do their thing all day, I can't get enough of it, honestly. It's so much fun to just look out the window at them. And there's no shortage of them, that I will tell you. But I think obviously the question that is arising in some people's mind, right? You're talking about Florida, you're talking about Florida wildlife. Have you seen or come into close proximity with obviously the most famous Florida creature of them all, right? Aside from the ever so famous Florida man, have you ever came into contact with an alligator, right? Have you ever seen one? I have. And as a matter of fact, as of about a week or two ago, I actually had an alligator in my backyard. And that was the closest I had ever seen one. It was just swimming around right there. It was right by the shoreline, day after day. It just hung out there. And it wasn't a small alligator either. At first, when I first saw it, I thought it was, a bit on the smaller side or medium side. It definitely was not a juvenile alligator. I thought it was maybe about 4 feet. But subsequently, as I was able to get closer and better observation, I would estimate that it has to be somewhere between, 5.5 and 6 feet. So definitely, I would say, it's not one of the 10 to 12 foot gators that you can see, in the swamps and stuff that are real big, but look, I would say that that's still a decent size alligator, and it especially likes being in the water. You see it swim around, and it's always characteristic, you see a little snout, and then the hump where the eyes are, and then its head, and then its back, and you could see some of the signature scales and whatever its hide, and then its tail is largely submersed, but you can see that move back and forth a little bit as it propels itself through the water. The thing is with gators, though, you always have to be careful with them. One of the rules with them is that usually, and I say usually, you have to be careful of that word, usually, if you leave it alone, it will leave you alone. A lot of the time the gators, they hunt at night, and in the meantime they kind of wait for the food to come to them. So, if I'm sitting there, watching it from my porch or whatever, chances are, it's not going to do anything, I'm just where I am, it's where it is, and neither of us are going to do anything stupid, it'll be where it is, I'm where I am, and we'll just go our separate ways. But if I decided, like some idiot, if I took some PCP or something, and decided, what an interesting thing that popped into my head there. Why even that? Does anyone even do that anymore? And then decided I'm going to jump in and try to wrestle that gator, because I think I'm some sort of superhero. Yeah, it's not going to end well for me, because I'm going in, I'm harassing the gator. Yeah, it's going to probably try to fight back. And, I'll be lucky if I'm chewed up, and have all my limbs. You don't mess with those things. They have so much power behind them. So just leave them be. But honestly, from the distance, I felt rather comfortable around it. To the point where I see it swimming around, I'll just set up my computer outside and, just watch it swim around for a while, and it's never bothered me. But of course, you keep your wits about you. Obviously, if you see it swim to the shore and then you don't see it anymore, then, you start wondering, well, maybe I'll be a bit more careful because I don't know where it is. It could be crawling out of the water, who knows. And you just keep your eye on it every now and then. But honestly, it seems like it just makes its rounds every day. It just swims around and does its thing, and that's fine. I'll let it be, It's an apex predator. Let it live its life. Besides, I personally think seeing this gator so close, this is like the coolest thing ever for me. I can't get over it, I think the lizards are cool, but seeing a gator right there, that's something else, let me tell you. It's just really interesting. I always like seeing the alligators. One thing, if you ever see an alligator in person, if you never have, one characteristic that will always take you by surprise at first, I think it's just something about, again, it's like scales and hide. It looks so synthetic. It looks so like it's made out of plastic, you would think. But obviously it's not. It's the real deal. It's just interesting. Some of them look so artificial, but they're living, breathing creatures, just like you and me. But that was the closest I've ever seen one, in the wild. Before that, though, I've still seen plenty. Every now and then you'll see them in retention ponds, you'll see them in canals, and streams, and even like in shopping centers, a lot of places over here have a little, decorative man-made lake. And, and every now and then you'll see one hanging out in the lake. And sometimes you'll see them on the shores. They'll just be, getting some sun, and they'll just be hanging out there, and they'll be out of the water. Sometimes they'll be in the water. But on a final note about alligators, never underestimate the potential speed that they possess. They have the reputation as being very languid yet powerful creatures. Indeed, they are languid, and indeed they are powerful, but they are not sloth-like in that they haven't any energy to expend. If they want, they can move very, very fast. So if one is out of the water, especially kind of sitting on the shore, let's say of a lake or something, and you're like 20 feet away and you're thinking, the thing is so slow, it's going to take forever to get here, it moves like a turtle, that's not true. Again, chances are they mind their own business, but you never know. If you're sitting there with food or something, it might start getting hungry. That might make its way over to you. And they can cover ground if they want to. Very, very quickly. And that thing, if it wants to, will cover, that 20 feet gap in the blink of an eye. And you're going to think to yourself, how the hell did this thing get up on me so fast? So, just be wary of that. They normally don't go fast, but they can if they want to. That's how they get their food, That's what makes them the predators that they are. So, interesting email. Thank you for writing in. I think some real good, interesting topics kind of opened the door to some good discussion. Alright, we hear from Maggie checking in, who writes, "Just wondering, I know you've been through a lot growing up as a child and teen on the internet, but I'm curious about your perspective as a young adult looking back in terms of internet fame. I think if I were internet famous, I would enjoy being able to easily speak my mind to the world. I know there's downsides as well, but that aspect seems pretty cool. Did people in school want to be your friend knowing your internet fame? I don't know, answer whatever you want to, or don't at all. Have a good day, and know your content is appreciated." From Maggie. Said here is an unrelated old picture of my rabbit, Twiggly. So, the rabbit right there looks nice and comfortable. Looks like it's It looks like it's in a good spot, Looks very relaxed and happy. So internet, well, here's the interesting thing. It's a double-edged sword. I am very thankful to have been, fortunate enough that things just wound up the way that they did, and that I'm able to, sustain myself via this means, and sustain to the best of my abilities this podcast and radio show. It's something that I never thought would be possible, and I know if it weren't for all of this, it wouldn't be. So I'm extremely, extremely thankful and fortunate that, it's presented me with these, opportunities and the chance to make something out of what I first started as a hobby. The drawback is the sacrifice of privacy. Obviously I don't wear what I wear or appear as I do as a costume for the videos, so because that's just how I dress, if I go outside, I am very, very easy to spot because, someone, they'll be able to they'll think, even if they don't know who I am, oh yeah, you're the guy from, the disappointment meme, or, oh, you're VORW, or, Review Bra. Usually it's Review Bra, or the guy from the meme, but every now and then you'll get someone who listens to the radio show or the podcast or something. Or, I remember once there was even someone who I guess was a radio listener, because I was wearing a mask and sunglasses, but he recognized my voice, not even how I looked. And, so it's just interesting. But that's the thing. Now, some people would relish that. They would be, oh, it's the best thing ever, so many people know me, and I can, if I go outside, I'll get people stop me for a picture and all of that, and look at all this attention. Well, for those of you who listen to this show enough, I'm not that way. Not that I'm combative toward people who recognize me. I'm always happy to stop and talk for a minute and get a picture. Doesn't bother me at all. But I'm a very introverted person. And sometimes I just wish, that I could be invisible when I go out, because I don't have to kind of live in fear about even leaving the house. And, wouldn't that be nice for a change? Because, see, the double-edged sword is not necessarily that all of the people that see you are bad, but that there are bad people out there that, if given the opportunity, will attempt to hurt you, kill you, stalk you, harass you, or do what they can within their power and ability to make your life miserable. How do you know who is what? You don't. And that's the thing, It's just, I try not to let it get the best of me, but I analyze everything as a potential threat. I'm walking to the mailbox and there's a car driving by. Is it just a car driving by? Is it someone who recognizes me? Is it someone who's going to get out of the car and try to do bad things to me because they recognize me? I don't know. It's just, and I always think like that, and I never thought this way before the YouTube channel. I would just assume it to be a car driving by. So a lot of the time I just wish I could be invisible, or just people would forget who I am when I'm in public, at least, so I don't have to worry about any of these things, and, could just enjoy life just like how anyone else would. And I could just go to the store and just go to the store, not have to worry about running the gauntlet or any of that stuff. Or, not have to worry about going for a walk and having some guy yelling out his car window at me or something. But in the end, whether I like it or not, I accept that. And I know that kind of comes with all of this. If you don't like it, then don't do this anymore. And obviously I continue to make content and do what I do, so I've accepted that as just the way how things are right now. And that's okay. I know not everyone is bad. I know not everyone means ill will against me. It's just trying to figure out who does and who doesn't, and you just don't know until it's already going on. So, there's that. The other thing that certainly is interesting, as you mentioned, is speaking your mind to the world. Well, I guess I could speak my mind, but I think, as someone who is just regular, you have much more freedom to speak your mind than someone who is in the public eye. Many of the subjects that I bet some people, at the construction site or whatever, talk about every single day, would get someone of prominence one way or another cancelled 10 times over. And it's just, obviously I don't have any interest in discussing some of the hardcore, controversial things. I just don't have any interest in that sort of stuff. But earlier in the show, you heard me express my own frustrations with, the rules and the ambiguity thereof. Now, I know that those don't only affect me, right? Even if you wanted to make a podcast, it's still something that you would have to be aware of, but you wouldn't have as much to lose. You could, let's say you wanted to make a podcast, I don't know, all about conspiracy theories. And, you want to be the next Alex Jones or something, right? Let's just run with it. And you say, all right, I'm going to discuss these conspiracy theories, and I'm going to tell it to you raw, I'm not going to hide anything. I'm just going to tell it to you like it is, and we'll go from there. You're going to get the real deal. Well, obviously, it's one rule violation after the next. Your account gets shut down eventually, but, maybe you don't have a huge following to begin with. This is just something you're doing for fun. It's not your livelihood, so what? Just make another account, make a throwaway account, put in a fake phone number if you have to, use a temp email or something, just make a throwaway account. And boom, now you're back in business and keep doing the show. And they ban that one, make another, and another, and another. And, all that sort of stuff. Whereas when you do have something to lose, it's not as easy as just make another account if you get banned. It's just not as easy as that. But it's interesting thoughts. As for school, this is where I can't really answer that question, I think, like you think I would be able to. Because yes, I started the channel out a decade ago, and I was indeed in school for a decent portion of it. But by the time the channel really started amassing a substantial following, I was already out of school. So, for instance, the last time that I was even in a classroom setting, the channel at a maximum had 50,000 subscribers. And that was it. So it didn't even have 100,000 or 2 or 500,000 or a million or 2 million subscribers. That was the absolute maximum, and that was as late as it got. For most of my time in school, the channel didn't even have 10,000 subscribers. So there wasn't too much of a following, but all of the kids at the school did know who I was, but there wasn't any sort of, recognition or fame, so to speak of, because it wasn't there yet. And again, for most of my high school experience, my videos were only getting anywhere from 12 to 100 views each, which is still something, but it's not anything to sit there and say, oh, look at me, I'm internet famous now, you see this, and, it's not like that. So not a lot of people were really coming up to me and saying anything. Honestly, the most attention that was ever put onto me in high school was when my YouTube channel first got found out by some of the kids in my grade, and my first nickname was not Review Bra. That didn't come for years after that, but they called me Energy Crisis. Because early on, all I ever did was the energy drink reviews. That's what I did for the first year straight, and even had, the primary emphasis on for like the first 2 or 3 years, the energy drink reviews. And, I would always start it off by saying, hello everyone, this is Energy Crisis, the energy drink report. Because, Energy Crisis, that's the name of the review series. So it's Energy Crisis, the energy drink report. That's just the name of the series. That's what I call the energy drink reviews. That's what Running on Empty is too. That's what the name of the review series for food is. Running on Empty Food Review. That's where that came from. So it's not like the channel's name is Running on Empty. That's just to signify this is a food review, and this is the series name, Running on Empty. Some people would think I was actually saying Ron Van Empty, that's my name or something, but it's not. It's just Running on Empty. And sometimes, even to this day, I'll get people that say, hey, Running on Empty. But back then, in high school, when they first found out very early on, it was Energy Crisis. I remember in the halls, you'd get someone even a couple grades older who I never even knew the guy was. He would say, yo, Energy Crisis. That's exactly how they'd say it. I would say, yo, Energy Crisis, And it wasn't in a disparaging way. It wasn't really to make fun of me. I mean, I know for a fact some of them did, because I was the only person in my school that wore a 3-piece suit to do videos on YouTube, so of course it gives them plenty of material to do something with. But they weren't overly cruel. It was mostly just stuff behind my back, and what do I care? I'm not there to hear it, so let them say what they say. But that's what it was usually like. Nothing bad, It says, oh, what's up? What's up, Energy Crisis? Or then, it'd be like, hey, what's up, Report of the Week? And, then after a couple weeks that died down and they moved on to different things and kind of forgot about it. But every now and then, like a kid would come up to me and say, are you still doing the Report of the Week videos? I'd say, yeah, I'm still reviewing the drinks and stuff. And yeah, that's how it was, but it wasn't any sort of like organized campaign either for or against me. But no one wanted to be my friend knowing about that or any of that. So thank you for your email. Alright, so I took a short break to get some more water, and now with water at hand, I could easily say that I think I've got enough to take me over the edge to finish off the show tonight. So let's get to a couple more emails and go from there. Hi, Review Bra, Spotify listener from San Diego, California here. Here's something I'm curious about your opinion on. I feel as if one of the greatest lies my generation has been told is, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. It's common advice that comes from a well-meaning place, but I think it's a message with damaging repercussions. For context, when I was making the transition from high school to college, like most people at that age, I felt pressure to have some idea as to what kind of career I wanted to go for. And like most people that age, I was too young really to have any experience to make a decision about that. I liked animation and didn't really have any other ideas for skills I could pursue a career in, so I decided to go to art school. What I learned over the next 4 years is that it is an extremely competitive industry that is hard to get into and is centralized in a very crowded city where the cost of living is very high and the jobs are almost never steady, where you're basically jumping from gig to gig. On top of that, I learned I was not as passionate about my art when it became an assignment, a realization I was glad I came to while it was only something that decided my grades and not my means of living. In the end, I felt as all I got from that education was burnout for something I used to enjoy, and that I was back at square one, not knowing what I wanted to do. But the thing is, it wasn't all bad. It presented me with an opportunity to reflect on what was important to me. Rather than try to capitalize on my interests and use them to make money, I would rather keep them separate. I came to the conclusion that it's okay if your job is just your contribution to society and the means of income, and it's okay if it's not something you love or is your calling. I'd much rather have a career I just like or even tolerate, and then reserve my actual passions for time off of the clock. For me, conflating the two means that if I get burnt out on them, not only do I not have something to escape to for recreation, I'm stuck with it, otherwise no income to support myself. And this is not to discredit people who find their calling in their work. It is entirely possible. I just think that it's also true that it's harmful to promote the idea that every person has a job that they are destined for, that is a perfect fit that will make them happy. Propaganda might be a strong word, but intentional or not, it is some kind of social conditioning that should be addressed and discussed. I also urge anyone to consider who are the people that benefit from you viewing your job as a way of life or part of your identity. What are your thoughts on how passions, talents, or skills play a role in what we do with our lives? From listener who goes by the name Crana, I apologize if it's pronounced Crana, in San Diego, California, Spotify listener. That's interesting, I would say that, your take definitely has some validity, although I would likewise say that it is not necessarily universal. By that I mean there are some folks who, do find their passion, and they don't mind that being their job, and they're okay with that. But like you said, there are other instances where it's like you could have your interests and the things that you like doing, but you prefer doing it on your own terms, at your own time, not being forced to do it. Let's use art as the example. You might just like working on projects for the fun of it, when you want, when you feel the inspiration and the time is right. As opposed to being given, a deadline and say, all right, make this now, right? It's not going to be as fun, necessarily. So I understand where you're coming from. That actually brings to mind, an email that came in a couple months ago. I hope this guy is doing all right. And I forget what the career was, but it was exactly like what you were talking about. This guy was going to pursue a career and what he thought. This is like to a T, what you were mentioning. What he thought his dream was, his whatever was very passionate for him. But it turned out that having to do it on such a rigid schedule, being forced to do it, took so much of the enjoyment out of it that he came to resent something that he really used to enjoy. Not being able to do it when you want to do it, just took a lot out of it. And, I think he decided not to do this anymore and joined the military. And that's just, that's just something that comes to mind in terms of he wanted to do. I think he followed that approach and realized, well, I thought this was going to work out, but evidently it didn't. So very interesting. Again, I think it just depends, but it's like one of those instances. At the very end of the show, I was talking about college, the last show I did. And I think sometimes people just go in, they think that this is what they want to do, but once it's, once they're confronted with it in a different way, they realize, maybe this isn't it. I remember there was a time when I thought that I really wanted to go into broadcasting, like television and stuff, just because I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life, and I thought, well, I don't know, I like radio and, mass media, so I guess I could kind of see myself getting into maybe broadcasting and, to a degree, journalism and stuff. And I started taking some classes in that, but I started realizing real quick just how extroverted a profession that it is, if you want to work in the traditional sense. And I was thinking, this isn't for me. I like some of the aspects and the technicalities of it, and certain things you can do, but I don't know, having to go around and interview 50 people and go here and go, this isn't for me. And I realized that, It's one of those things you don't necessarily think about or come to realize until you're actually there doing it. So I understand what you're saying. But I just think it's dependent on the individual. There are plenty of people out there that do find their calling and love it. But, there are others where folks just kind of settle. But, through doing so, at least they're able to save up to enjoy perhaps what it is they really like to do. And that's fine, too. So thanks for your email, and I wish you the very best of luck in your pursuits of a career. Next email comes in from a listener in Malaysia, I believe. Is there anything you do when you can't fall asleep? I hate that humans need to sleep. Not only does it take away so much time, when I can't fall asleep, I feel like I waste even more time. Thanks for reading. So thank you. Yeah, I understand. Because here's the problem, right? It all depends. When I can't fall asleep, and sometimes that's more often than I care to admit, it all depends on how tired I am, because it's like you could have... Often the problem is that I'm mentally tired, but physically awake. You're tired enough that you want to sleep, but your body just does not allow it for some reason. But with that, it's like you're in this absolutely useless state where you can't necessarily just get up and go back and do whatever it is that you're doing because you still feel too tired and groggy to at least productively or successfully do any of these things. But you're too awake still to fall asleep. You're just in this languid state, and you feel, like you are just wasting time, wasting your life laying here in the bed. So I get it. Sometimes I'll just sit there and just toss and turn until finally I can fall asleep, because that's all that I could really do. I can't really get up and do anything because I'm still too tired for that. In the event, though, that let's say I am a bit more awake and alert, then maybe I will get up and just get back on the computer, browse on my phone, read some stuff. Usually I'll just do that, some light reading, or get the radio and just scan around and see what I could pick up, and, that sort of stuff. So, I'll do that, but it all depends. A lot of the time it is frustrating that you just can't really do much of anything. So thank you for your email. Caitlin in Glasgow, Scotland wanted to write in, said, I just wanted to let you know that I'm a big fan of the YouTube channel, also found the podcast and have been enjoying listening to it before bed. You have a very relaxing voice. I hope you're well and continue making reviews and the podcasts. I always love hearing about the price of food in America when you mention it. The first time I heard you talk about $1 tacos, I was so shocked. Food in the UK is so expensive, we would never get anything so good for just £1. I love Taco Bell, but we only have 3 of them in Scotland, and they're all really far away. We don't even get Baja Blast, and I really want to try one. Anyway, I hope everything is going well for you. I'm going to go continue listening to the podcast now from Caitlin. So thank you, Caitlin, for your comment there. The price difference of food, US versus UK. Yeah, I've seen people say that before. You're not the only one where people have said, wow, I can't believe the food is so cheap over there. And that's usually from comments, from overseas listeners. And it is interesting. Some places really are very, very inexpensive. It's like you get these, the dollar menu, so to speak, especially Taco Bell. I think they are a perfect example of that, right? Establishments that offer food at variable quality, but at a very low price. And that's true. That certainly is true. In some instances, the prices of food have been going up. Sometimes I wonder maybe it's due to, inflation, because I think there is an inflation problem, at least emerging and getting worse here in the U.S. But still, you could still get stuff for good deals, and that always is interesting to see. We've got an email coming in next. A little bit of a story, actually, from Amanda. Hi, I've been a long-time watcher of your videos, but just recently started listening to the podcast, and greatly enjoy it. The one I listened to recently, you mentioned that you enjoy, if I recall correctly, the No Sleep subreddit, or one similar that has creepy stories on it. I myself also enjoy stories like that, and I thought you might enjoy reading an occurrence that happened to me. It's a little lengthy, so I understand if you don't have the time to read this. My apologies if this is at all difficult to read. I am dyslexic, and typing errors can be difficult for me to notice. Thanks for the uploads. I really enjoy your content. Well, thank you for your kind words, and thank you for your notice. I think it'll certainly be navigable and readable no matter what. Let me take a sip here before we begin, and then we'll just delve into the story. Took 2 big sips right there. Alright, so let's check this out. My grandfather lived in a house he built himself. This house was a duplex. He was getting up in age by the time he finished construction, so while the upstairs was fully furnished and styled in hip 1960s fashion, the time period in which the home was completed, he didn't feel safe going to the upstairs regularly, so instead he locked the door to the stairs and lived solely on the bottom floor. Okay, so to interject, it sounds like they've got the house here. He's obviously just getting older, and for health reasons just can't really go upstairs, even though that might be nicer than the downstairs, and kind of just closed it off for a bit. Okay. Continuing. In about 2014 or so, my grandfather fell ill. My mother bought the house, since he could no longer afford the mortgage he took out on it. My mother and I lived with him, and took care of him until he passed. After his passing, we fully moved in, but the upstairs half of the house was rather creepy, since it had never been touched. Going up there felt like walking into someone else's house that was stuck in time. It had very much a back rooms vibe to it, so we kept it locked and lived only downstairs as well. Over the course of about a year of living there, whenever we came home in the evenings, things always seemed a little off. Whether it be the radio turned on, when we usually kept it unplugged, the television being put to a different station, or things just being moved around in general. My mother is very religious and insisted this was my grandfather's spirit communicating with us. I brushed it off because I figured her thinking that maybe it brought her some sort of solace. Slowly these occurrences became more and more intense, such as all of the kitchen curtains being torn down every day, or finding our laundry was no longer in the dryer, but instead in a pile on the floor soaking wet. Things which we kept in our freezer kept being moved to the fridge. Our bedding would be all tossed onto the floor. All of these things we thought the other was doing, and we often got into spats over one of us messing with the other's things, as well as the house making a lot of creaking and groaning sounds, which we assumed was the house settling. One day we came home early and found the loaf of bread we had just bought the day before was on the counter, and only the end slices remained. Since I made all of our meals, I knew it wasn't us who had eaten it, but my mother insisted that one of us must have gotten hungry and made toast or something and had just forgotten about it. But it didn't make much sense, but we didn't think too much of it. Later that night, after having gone to bed, I woke up with my mother leaning over me. She whispered to me, "Put on your shoes. Someone is in the house." I quietly put on my shoes and we ran out of the house to our car, but in our haste we accidentally let the door loudly slam behind us. About 30 seconds or so after that, we heard the door on the other side of the house slam shut, which was followed by the sounds of someone running through our leaf-covered yard toward the woods that surrounded us. Since it was so dark outside, we unfortunately couldn't see whoever it was. We returned with my brother the next day, since him being with us made us feel a little safer. we went back inside and found that the door to the upstairs had been left open. We found the second floor. There were food scraps and trash littered about. Many of the picture frames up there had been smashed. The furniture had been moved around. We then realized that someone had been secretly living above us for an unknown amount of time. To this day, we still don't know who it was or how long they had been living with us. Needless to say, I am now incredibly paranoid about the doors and windows in my home being locked, and checking all the rooms late at night. I was curious if you have ever had a case of stranger danger, stalkers, or anything related to mysterious goings-on in your home, and if so, how do you feel about it looking back? Thanks for reading, from Amanda. So thank you, Amanda. That is creepy, and I believe it. I believe you. Chances are, if I inclined to assume what it was. Obviously, this was no spirit. You had yourself a squatter, occupying the second floor of your house, and I would have to assume that there were probably drugs involved, because you would think if someone had any sort of a brain, if they wanted to try to squat in an occupied home, you attract as little attention as possible, and this person's behavior seems equivalent to that of a wild animal. Just very, very careless, very reckless, extremely hedonistic, smashing stuff, breaking stuff, not even caring one single bit about trying to obscure their presence, right? Messing everything around, eating your food carelessly, tearing down the curtains, plugging in the radio, rummaging around through all your stuff, you name it. And then obviously the utter pigsty up there. So, I would either have to think that it's just someone who either has no regard for others, or, that there are drugs involved that kind of cloud one's judgment. That would make sense. And I'm sorry that, you had to go through that. Obviously very, very creepy, and I'm sure now it must have been real creepy, knowing who knows what this person, what their intentions were, what they could have done, right? You don't know. I hope you're able to get, new locks on the doors and secure all the windows, and I hope that this has never happened again. And hopefully, what's done is done, and this is over. But very, very creepy, and again, I believe it. Things like this have, of course, happened a number of times in the real world, and yeah, that must have been real scary. Especially looking back, realizing that all of these noises and stuff there's legitimately a whole nother person living right above you. How creepy is that? So, yeah, that is spooky, it's one of those spooky things that happened, and it's just, I'm just glad you guys got lucky. Didn't really have to deal with the person doing anything too bad, but, you got lucky, that's what I can say. And in terms of your question, I'm just going to give a very, very simple answer. Yes, and many more than I've ever discussed. So thank you for writing. Quinn is checking in next, saying, "This is my first time writing in, but I wanted to say how much I appreciate the podcast. It's rare to find a content creator who is so willing and happy to interact with fans. I usually listen to the podcast when playing video games like Minecraft or Stardew Valley. It's a great way to end the day. I wanted to get your thoughts on the parable of the Chinese farmer. Goes as follows. Once upon a time, there was a Chinese farmer whose horse ran away. That evening, all of his neighbors came around to commiserate. They said, 'We're so sorry to hear your horse has run away. This is most unfortunate.' The farmer said, 'Maybe.' The next day, the horse came back, bringing 7 wild horses with it, and in the evening, everybody came back and said, 'Oh, isn't that lucky? What a great turn of events! You now have 8 horses.' The farmer again said, maybe. The following day his son tried to break in one of the horses, and while riding it, he was thrown and broke his leg. The neighbors then said, "Oh dear, that's too bad." Again the farmer responded, maybe. The following day the conscription officers came around to conscript people into the army, and they rejected his son because he had a broken leg. Again the neighbors came around and said, "Isn't that great?" And again he said, maybe. So that was from Alan Watts, his retelling of the parable. Now, continuing with the email, you say, "To me, the moral of the story is that we shouldn't be so quick to judge things that happen to us as good or bad. You can make the best of a bad situation, or you can take a good situation and make it bad. Keep up the good work. The world is a better place thanks to your content and efforts." From Quinn. So thank you, Quinn. Interesting email, by the way. I would say that parable is somewhat agreeable in certain cases. I would definitely say no matter what, open-mindedness is always important, because as we know, situations certainly are fluid, and certainly with time can change, and what is initially perceived as a bad situation, as things develop, could actually be far better than what you thought, or vice versa. So obviously having that open-mindedness and not completely reserving and not completely casting forth judgment as to this is good, this is bad, immediately, that is important. At the same time, though, I think it is important to have that open-mindedness, taking into account variability, but at the same time, I don't think it should be translated into like a complete happy-go-lucky type of attitude. I'm not one of those people where it's like you always need to look on the bright side, because I do think that there are some instances where really there isn't any bright side, and it's like, well, you don't want to try to take a bad situation that really is just terrible and try to find an excuse to try to make it any less severe than it is. For instance, let's say your best friend gets hit by a drunk driver and is dead. It's like, well, oh no, your friend is dead. This is terrible. Maybe. Where's the maybe in that? What good can necessarily come from something like that? One less person I have to spend time with now, it's... You really can't... And then it comes to a point, well, maybe you could say, well, maybe it is a good thing because the drunk driver who killed my friend is going to get put to justice and maybe can be reformed and can be a better person. At the expense of your friend's life, though, it took an innocent person to get killed for that to happen. Is that really such a good thing? I don't know. So, that attitude, maybe, I could understand it, I certainly can, trying to just leave, again, your mind open and just not jumping the gun to say, this is so bad, this is so good, this is so bad, this is so good, because you don't know what's going to happen going forward. I get that, and I understand it. It's just, I think you shouldn't be 100% on that either. I think it's like, you could be like, well, this is absolutely terrible, but I don't know what's going to happen going forward. I just don't see this getting any better. See, that's kind of like, instead of just saying, oh, my friend's dead, maybe that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't really know. You see what I mean? But I do think that open-mindedness can be important for some things, but it's all circumstantial. But obviously the moral of the story, shouldn't be so quick to judge things that happen. That's true, though. As we've seen time and again in this world, situations can be very, very fluid, and sometimes, we initially get an impression of something that turns out to be wrong. How many times has that happened to us? So many, I'm certain. So thank you, Quinn, for checking in. Greg in Nashville, Tennessee, is checking in Says, Dear Lecturer, I've been a huge but silent fan of your channels since 2017, but have yet to write into the show. Well, your last episode finally pushed me to write in. I hope you're doing well, and I'm sorry about the bleak and questionable future of Shortwave. In a very small way, I relate to your situation as I collect physical movies and love going to the theaters, which are two dying mediums. On an unrelated question I have for you, what happened to some of the missing old VORWs? So, to answer your question, a lot of those old shows, unfortunately, there's two reasons why some of them are gone. The first reason is that they were removed from YouTube due to, again, terms of service violations. The other reason is that some of the old shows, again, had music in them, and that obviously does not fly at this point. What I've been doing lately as a means of, kind of resurrecting some of the old content, some Sunday evenings, because I do the radio shows Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and I also have an airtime slot on Sunday evenings. All of that is on 5850 kilohertz at 10 p.m. Eastern. Thursday through Saturday are brand new shows, very structured, brand new. Sunday is always optional, and what I'll do on Sundays is it's a more relaxed show, where sometimes I'll just get on and I'll be more casual and just kind of play whatever music I want to hear. But other weeks, because I have so many archived shows, from all these past years, that have really never seen the light of day in so long, every now and then I'll go ahead and I'll just rebroadcast an archived show that's 3, 4, or more years old, and kind of give it the light of day again, and broadcast it to an audience that has probably never heard it. So I've been, through some ways, kind of giving those sorts of old shows that aren't anywhere anymore some new life, because I still have all the archived material, kind of tucked away. So they're not gone forever. I still have them. It's just a means of distribution that can be tough. On another note, you continue, have you had any interesting dreams lately? No, I really haven't had any interesting dreams. The only... I don't know, this is just really weird. But I did have a dream last night that I was listening to some Frank Sinatra, and obviously I know where this song came in. I was listening to this song quite a bit recently. I even played it in one of my broadcasts because I just like it. The song Summer Wind by Frank Sinatra. I've just always liked the sound of it. It's jazzy, but it's a little more old school, especially considering that it was from the mid-1960s, I think 1966, where that song still has a full big band and everything, and it just sounds like something that would have been more popular, 20 years earlier, but I really liked it. It's just a nice song, and I'm very familiar with how it goes, all of the instrumentation and everything, it's just a song I've listened to so many times. So I had a dream, I was listening to it, and then all of a sudden, in my dream, the song just transitions and there's this guitar solo, like a hard rock guitar solo, and then after the, the guitar solo, the song transforms into this spoken word discussion of two guys talking about how stoned they are. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, I don't remember this being in the song at all. And then after that excerpt, it just kind of goes back into its usual, big band, easy listening format. And I just thought, wow, this is really strange. I can't believe I never noticed this part of the song before. Wow. I don't know how I missed that. But that's all. This is a stupid dream. On a final note, you say... one last thing I thought to share was that I live near a broadcasting tower called WSM AM. I included some pictures and history about it. I remember you mentioning a station that broadcasts over shortwave. What was it again? I'll have to see how close I am to it. Your show is really great, and I plan on writing in frequently. Sincerely and best regards, Greg from Nashville, Tennessee. So thank you, Greg. Yeah, WSM, that's a famous AM station, of course, home of the Grand Ole Opry. 6:50 AM over there in Nashville, 50 kilowatts. Some country music. Yeah, I've listened to them. They have a very unique radio tower. They certainly do, almost this diamond shape. So that's very interesting. But certainly it's a station that has a lot of history to it, and WSM has a very, very good AM signal. I've been able to receive it on the AM up in New York at night, and I can receive it in Florida at night. So really, they reach the entire East Coast, and I'll sometimes, tune in if I'm able to get a good signal. So yeah, very famous station. The stations in Nashville that I use are WWCR Shortwave and WNQM AM 1300. Those stations are located a little to the northwest of Nashville, and it's located near the John C. Toone Airport. I guess off of Highway 12. So thank you again for your email. Alright, next email comes in... Let's see, a comment from Carlos in California. When I heard from your last podcast that the future of the radio show is uncertain, I was pretty devastated. I've tuned in a few times, but not enough. Still a little confused about the airing times. I'd love to tune in at least once a week if possible. I do not intend to purchase a shortwave radio, so I hope you could understand, but I do want to partake in the discussions happening there. So when exactly are the times for me in California to tune in, and where can I listen to them? Does tune in via WRMI work? Sometimes. Sometimes they do. I will send you a tune-in schedule, although just know I don't know how longer those airings on the tune-in are going to go for. So just know that it's tentative. I don't know, I just don't know. It's like it's just all up in the air at this point still. But I'll send you what I got now, so at least in the short term, you'll be able to listen, but I don't know if it's going to hold true, even a month or two from now. But at least, enjoy what's there for even a couple weeks. And, we'll figure it out as it comes, and then as there are changes, if you still care, I'll let you know. And, just kind of say, okay, this airing, let's say at 3 p.m. Pacific, that you've been listening to isn't going to be around anymore, but you can still catch the one that's at, 12 a.m. Pacific or something like that. So I'll just let you know. I'll get you the schedule, and if there are any changes, and again, you're still interested, I'll certainly send over any updates as they come in. You continue. I remember a few weeks back you talked about VR. I just wanted to let you know that VR is actually getting a much higher user base now, and it could be very addicting. Now the price of entry for a full-fledged, self-powered VR headset is under $300. Lots more people are getting it. Young people like my brother and older people in their 60s, like my coworker alike, are getting sucked into its, for lack of a better word, amazingness. According to the recent article on techjury.net, quote, the global AR and VR market is expected to grow to $209.2 billion in 2022. There are more than 171 million VR users worldwide, end quote. So it's getting up there. Once I was in an application called VR Chat, and me and my girlfriend stayed 6 hours hanging out and talking to other VR users in a virtual New Year's party. We met lots of good people, and it felt wonderful, and my social anxiety was gone. Like in real life, if you mess up with socializing, it's life-threatening. However, in VR, you can just turn it off and leave. I feel that in the tiny boom of phone VR and 3 DOF VR. DOF is degrees of freedom. Back in 2015 and 16. 2017 was a disservice to VR. It is so much different than it was then. Even the $1,000 VR headsets are outdated now. It's a whole new world in there, and frankly, I feel like it's better than the one we live in. Everyone is so nice to each other. Like I said, VR is much bigger than you think. And granted, it's not like everyone on the planet will be inside, but that fear you have about it might be coming true faster than you think. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It doesn't surprise me that there are advancements. I figure they would be made, at some point. Good that people are nice there, and I just hope it stays that way. Sometimes it's like there's a good thing going, but then it reaches a point where more and more people discover it, and, that niceness just goes out the door as the floodgates get opened, So, I don't know. Interesting stuff. But again, it does make sense to me that there are advancements, and I didn't know that, so thank you for letting me know. Carlos in California. I have a feeling that there will be a day, I still remain steadfast on my view that there will be a day where VR will probably replace reality, and, the rest of the world is going to kind of rot away as a result of it. We have our artificial paradise now, so let's just trash the real thing and focus in on the artificial. But I don't know. That's just pessimism speaking. Okay, next email comes in from Amy in Kentucky. I've been a viewer of the reviews for years and have just recently taken the dive to listen to the podcast. VORW may be my new favorite podcast. I just love the temperament and outlook. Much like yourself, I am an anachronistic dresser. I often dress like either a 50s housewife or a Victorian-style goth. Suffice to say, I can really appreciate some individualism. If I may, I would like to leave you with a question. Do you have a favorite off-menu/modified item to order from a restaurant? Thank you for your time. I hope you're doing well. So thank you, Amy, in Kentucky, for checking in. Well, when I do, even though I do a lot of the reviews and, I try a lot of different things for the YouTube, I'm not very varied when it comes to the stuff that I just get for the sake of eating. A lot of the time, I will get the exact same thing from a restaurant every single time without fail, because I just know that that's what works for me, and that's what I do. So I'm very boring in that way. Sometimes I'll try something else out, but it's just like, I know that this is going to be decent, so why take the risk otherwise? Just go with what you like. I'm not too much into customizing stuff or getting the off-menu stuff, so I am not a, connoisseur of the most famous, secret menu item of them all, the esteemed McGangbang. So instead, like in terms of customizations, I would get, it's a simple stuff. It's like, I get a pizza, and I might, if I'm feeling it, I might get it light on the sauce sometimes, right? Stuff like that. I get a sandwich, no mayo, and surprisingly, no onions. I don't know what it is about onions, but they make me feel sick. And this has only been recent, but I don't know if I'm allergic to them or what, but it's just like when I eat onions now, I just feel nauseous. And leaves me in pain a lot of the time, so I eat onions for the sake of the reviews, but I never eat onions anymore otherwise. I never do. And, I get anything now, no onions whatsoever, which is a shame, because I don't think I'm going to be able to enjoy, White Castle burgers anymore, or any of those sliders, because I cook the darn things on onions and stuff, but whatever, it's not worth the pain, and it's not worth the feeling like I'm going to throw it all up any given second, so, in moderation, it's okay, but it's just like you eat stuff that's very heavy on the onion. I just can't do it. So, no onions and no mayo. That's standard. Never get those. You just have to make these changes. But again, for the review, no adjustments, and I don't really care what it does to me, because, it's for the video, and that's what keeps a roof over my head, so what, I'll take some nausea if that's what it takes, I don't care. I'll get through it. So, thank you for your email. Another email coming in from another formal dresser. I do see a name, but since it wasn't given in the email, I'll keep you anonymous. Hello, John. Hope you're having a lovely week. I just got done listening to the recent podcast on Spotify. I enjoy the longer ones, and it's well worth the wait. I listened to it doing homework, while washing some dishes, or making some bread at work. The varying subjects help break the monotony of scrubbing away at cast iron pans. I was reminded of your discussion about formal wear, more specifically suits, when I was picking up my summer wardrobe. I'm not a guy, and I don't wear suits, but I wear what could be regarded as formal wear. I wear dresses similar to a 40s, 50s, 60s style, complete with a petticoat and lots of hair products for the perfect bun. I've attached a picture as an example. My friends have gotten used to the vintage formal wear and have even joked that I am the secretary for some rich CEO. The general public, however, tends to be not so accepting. I haven't been vocally degraded, but the more layers I have on, the more people tend to look at me like I'm a freak, or might even move away from me. I understand why people have this reaction, as my style is very out of season, but the looks of shock or borderline disgust sometimes get to me. You've been a big inspiration for just wearing what I want, and your unwavering love of your own style helps my own confidence. So thank you for taking the time to read this. I hope you have a wonderful week. So thank you for your email and for your kind words. And just know you have my complete support in terms of how you dress. Wear what makes you happy. And as I've said before, shame on all the folks who sit there and, give you these looks for dressing, again, if anything, with more dignity and, appearing more formal. That's what you want to wear. My goodness, wear what you would like. And it's just a shame, you're not doing anything wrong by dressing a little nicer. It's just disappointing that so many people have this reaction to it, too. I don't understand it. It's real strange, but good on you for persevering through that. I know it must be hard seeing these just looks like, you're some sort of alien or something just because you're wearing a nice dress or something, but I'm just sorry you have to go through that, and I hope that there will be a day where people will be a bit more understanding of that, and will say, hey, if you want to dress a bit more formal, that's fine. You're not hurting anyone. You're not harming anyone. You're not doing anything wrong. So, hopefully there will be a day where people will be more understanding, but good on you for wearing what you want, the last time I went out, I wore a full 3-piece suit, just because that's what I want to wear, and, people look at you weird, especially in Florida, for wearing such clothing, but you know what? Too bad, right? Too bad. Let them think what they think. It's not going to change how I am. So thank you again for your email, and to any listeners out there who want to dress as they do, I support you, and I'm just sorry that a lot of folks still are, I don't know, I just wish they were more understanding, especially over trivial things such as that. Our next email comes in from Chris from the East Coast, more of a comment that I'm just going to let speak for itself because I don't really have... I think it can be perceived as controversial by some, and since I don't know too much about it, I'm just not going to dabble in it, and I'll just let the email speak for itself. Dear John, I just wanted to thank you for making such a great show. It's been there for me when I needed it the most. Hearing you talk about anything in the world makes me happier. Lately, I've been undergoing electroconvulsive therapy twice a week for severe treatment-resistant depression. During ECT, I am put under, and a seizure is induced by running electrical current through my brain. The goal is to restart the brain. Describing the exact way that works is lengthy, but science is fairly supportive of the practice, and it has a great track record in conjunction with medication therapy, causing remission of depression in 70 to 90% of patients. It is not fun to go through, but I can feel a lot of improvement in my mood. I can openly admit that I would not have survived much longer had I not sought out this therapy. The downsides are that I have very poor memory and now feel disconnect in my sense of creativity. I used to be a student nurse with a photographic memory, and I used to be a musician, but it's hard to cope with losing these things, though it is temporary. I'm halfway done with my course of treatment. Your show helps me cope through all of it. I wanted to ask, have you heard of the practice? I believe it's largely misunderstood by the public. Many people know of it, but their understanding is based on film or misconceptions based on the past. Sorry to ramble on so long. Chris from the East Coast. So thank you for your email. The reason why I don't really want to say too much about it is because I know electroconvulsive therapy is deemed very controversial by some. I know that there are a lot of folks out there who consider it barbaric. They say that it's torture, that it should be permanently banned, etc. But then you do have emails from folks like you who, you're going through it right now, and you say otherwise, right? So, I don't know, that's just food for thought. People do have this impression of it and this idea that it's a certain thing, but hearing from someone who's going through it, as we speak, as you say, it might literally have saved your life. So that's just some food for thought. Maybe it is a very misunderstood practice. I did know that it was still a thing, but I wasn't sure how often that it was done. But again, it is nice to hear that, you're going through it. It's helping you out. Maybe it is something that some folks need to re-examine. Maybe it's just highly dependent on the circumstances, and for the, the most severe cases, assuming that someone, is consensually comfortable with the electroshock therapy, maybe it will have benefits. Like I said, I just know from your email that it worked in your case, and I think that's excellent. I'm glad that it did, and, that you're still here, that you're still around, and I hope that the side effects wear off and that, you're able to regain some of your memory and, some of those interests. And, you're just going to find yourself in a much better place, a fresh start, so to speak. And honestly, I just wish you the best. You have my support going forward. And I just really wish you the best. But again, I think that's just some interesting food for thought about a practice that I think is very negatively viewed these days, but evidently has still had a positive effect on someone's life. Just very, very interesting. We hear next from Ali, who writes, "Hi John, I hope you're having a great day today. I just finished listening to the most recent episode of the podcast, and I felt compelled to write into the show for a few reasons. First, I'm happy to hear that so many listeners wrote in with support for your creative freedom, taking your time and not letting jerks rush your shows. I felt the same way but decided against emailing prior to the last show because I didn't want to seem annoying or pushy. I feel that, although it's a less common medium, your talk show and radio shows are nothing short of an art, even though sometimes I hear you question the draw/appeal of them. And not only are you an artist of conversation, reflective commentary, and monologue, but you provide it all for free. Anyway, I agree with all the other listeners who urge you to do your show 110% your way. Next, I wanted to comment on how much I value not just the podcast itself, but the truly awesome listeners we get to hear from. I recently realized how much I appreciate hearing all the different questions, comments, and stories from your listeners. I try not to stereotype groups of people, yet I can't help but feel that you have drawn in a group that is filled with respectable, interesting, diverse, and genuine people. Of course, I'm speaking very generally, as I'm sure you receive plenty of emails from less than charming folks, but I really wanted to take the time to thank the other listeners who write in, You all have such unique experiences and input, and I thoroughly enjoy listening to the topics you all respond to and bring up for discussion. I especially like the topics like dreams, coping with anxiety, and wearing suits that span many shows and garner responses from many listeners. I sincerely feel that as a host, you have perhaps even unintentionally built an inspiring community, and I look forward to the podcast like someone might look forward to a book club with friends. To interject, I think you're spot on. We do have such a fantastic group of listeners, and the emails are always incredible. You know, it's amazing what comes in, but that's what makes this show, I think, so special, you know, and it makes it such a pleasure to do. But yeah, just the diversity in the responses, and like I said, I think it's just a wonderful, just very dignified group of individuals with just many, many fascinating thoughts and views and experiences and things to share. So I agree with you, spot on there. On a final note, you say, lastly, I forgot what made me think of this random question, and I'm not sure if you've answered one similar before. If so, I don't believe I've heard the answer. But if you were to choose a theme song for yourself, what would it be? So, thanks for reading another long email. As always, I'm excited for the next upload. Yours kindly from Ali. So thank you for writing in. Always good to hear from you. And, oh gosh, a theme song. That's a tough one because, like, I've thought about that before, and I don't even know. Like, that's such a good question. And because I'm not really sure, in lieu of that, I'll just give a couple, I'll just talk about some of the music I've been listening to anyway that maybe has inadvertently been my theme song the last few days, you know, because that's all that I've been listening to, essentially. Just for the fun of it, maybe some people will get, you know, a kick out of it. Some of the songs that I've been listening to lately, let's see. I've been listening to some Oasis, the song Whatever by Oasis especially. Go Let It Out is another good one from Oasis as well. Rock and Roll Star by Oasis. Who Feels Love by Oasis, again, another good song right there. So that's, you know, the Oasis kick I've been going on. Going into some Britpop, was listening to Nothing in My Way by Keane. That was a pretty solid song right there. As you saw in the one dream I had, Summer Wind by Frank Sinatra. The Village Green Preservation Society by the Kinks. That song was requested for my radio show, and I just really liked that song. The Kinks, they're another group with a lot of decent music. And then one song I'll throw in there just purely for the fun of it, because I think some people might get a kick out of it, just of all this stuff. Then there's this song. A song called Soca Party sur la Plage, which is I guess it was from the 80s or so. I think it's either in French or Creole. It's by the group La Compagnie Creole. I think, maybe I mispronounced that. Compagnie Creole. They're a group from French Guiana, and I guess this is a song from, either the 80s or early 90s. The picture here, this looks like as 80s as it gets, let me tell you. But, I don't know, it's just, some cheerful sounding, Caribbean music. I heard that song on the shortwave the other day from a station, I guess, broadcasting to the Caribbean, and I thought to myself, this isn't what I normally listen to, but I don't know, I'll listen to it again for the fun of it, why not? So I noted that song down. Sometimes you hear the most interesting music on the shortwave, stuff that I never would have found that song otherwise, I tell you that. So, just some interesting stuff. Good question again. Our penultimate email comes in from Gianluca in Germany, writing in. Today I don't have anything to argue against, instead I want to bring forward a couple comments on the latest episode as well as 2 questions. In the beginning of your last podcast episode, you were outside, and one was able to hear some calm background noise like wind going through leaves and distant traffic. You went inside out of fear that the sounds were too loud or distracting, and I can imagine maybe they were distracting for you too. Let me tell you, though, that either way, this background noise was a welcome shake-up of things for me personally. I probably just enjoy these sounds specifically, and do not experience them here where I live anymore. Originally, when I was living in Berlin, this mix out of nature and metropolitan noise was a daily occurrence, but here in northwest Germany, in the countryside, things are a lot more quiet. Some birds chirping, some wind or rain sounds. Sure, they are there, but I miss the occasional sound of foliage from trees nearby, mixed with more or less distant traffic. To interject, thank you for your kind words. Yeah, it was a little distracting for me, admittedly, but I'm glad that you found it enjoyable. That might be something that I'll have to employ again going forward. On another note, I wanted to write in for the suit question of yours all the time, but I never have, so here it goes. Suits in Germany are relatively rare nowadays for sure, but one rule still mostly remains intact. The higher position yours is, the more formal you dress. And if you are a bank employee, then you dress formal too. If I take the city hall where I'm serving my apprenticeship at, as an example, the highest positions, such as the mayor, other politicians, heads of the departments, etc., wear suits. The positions directly underneath them leave away the tie or go for a shirt and either nice pants or jeans, and below that you can see any type of clothing. The only important thing is that all the clothes are clean and that you can be taken seriously by the citizens. I personally like to wear dress shirts in combination with suit pants, at best together with an analog wristwatch. I would not outrule to add a blazer or a tie to that, to switch up my current shoes, or switch my current shoes with more formal ones, but sadly some things stand in the way for me to dress that way. Number one, I'm not good at ironing. Still need to get the hang of it, but hopefully that'll work out someday. Two, I sadly don't own any pair of formal-type pants that suit me anymore, which means I have to wear jeans. I don't mind that too much, as long as they're comfortable, but with the slim fit trend, for me it got more difficult to find even comfortable jeans nowadays. And three, similarly, there is no functioning wristwatch, blazer, or a tie, or a suit in general in my possession at the moment, mainly out of financial reasons, but also because I do not online shop any clothing, and going to shops in real life has been a bit difficult due to the pandemic, as you might understand. You see, I want to dress what I would call semi-formal, or maybe you would call it semi-casual, and I know quite a few people dressing in a very similar way too. So all in all, I don't think formal attire will totally die out, but of course it is, like it always has been, subject to change. The last comment prior to my questions is shorter, and a bit more directed to the commenter who brought the point up in the last episode. Thank you for mentioning precognitive dreams. I'll look into this topic for sure. The explanation with the déjà vu did not really convince me up until now, and while I'm not really into paranormal stuff and don't want to believe any superstitions, it's just a fact for me that I definitely had dreams about excerpts of my future life. Often not very important or memorable things, though, which is why I often weren't able to write these dreams down on paper, but I do my best at the moment to become better at remembering dreams for even just that single reason. Now on to the questions. And the first question, you were wondering what was the link to the website with the shortwave schedules. I'll send that to you. That's short-wave.info, but I'll send you the link in writing. And the second was, where was the info for the new fast food releases? And again, I'll send that to you in writing. The sites I use are brandeating.com or chewboom.com, but I'll send both of those to you in writing. Lastly, I wanted to ask, have you ever heard of the Eurovision Song Contest before? And if so, do you have any opinion on it? This competition really became one of my biggest hobbies in recent years. The amount of music from so many different genres, as well as the number of new artists one can discover, is phenomenal in my opinion. I'd like to provide some song recommendations for the radio show, but not for now, because the email already got so long. But I would like to listen in when you play these songs, so absolutely, I'll certainly get more info for you. So thank you, Gianluca in Germany, checking in. Eurovision, I am indeed familiar with it, although I do think it is a shame that the Eurovision Song Contest, I think it is a phenomenal array of talent, and, you do get some fantastic musicians and performers and artists there. I wish that it got more attention over here in the United States, and sadly it doesn't really. But I wish it did, because I think it is most certainly deserving of that. And I'm familiar with a lot of the different, artists that you hear on it. One of the reasons why I'm very familiar with it is when it is ongoing, a lot of the European shortwave stations, they like to showcase, their country's featured artists in the contests. So, for instance, I know Radio Romania International will oftentimes, play some of the music and talk about it quite a bit. And I think some of the other stations, like Radio Prague, Radio Slovakia International, Radio Tirana, etc., at least what countries do have involvement, they certainly talk about it and like to, they're very proud of their music, which is understandable, and that gives some interesting insight into it. So it is a lot of fun. And again, I know it has a lot of appeal in Europe, but I wish it had kind of more appeal overseas here in North America as well. So some good points, and by all means, you're always welcome to suggest songs, as often or as seldom as you wish. Music requests are always appreciated. And if there's something that you want to hear, let me know, and I could try to coordinate something, maybe for a day that you'll be able to listen and tune in, and I could play it for you. So thank you for writing in. And with that, dear listeners, that's all the time that I have for you in today's broadcast of VORW International. I hope you enjoyed the program, all of the varied discussion, and all of the fantastic emails. And I hope you could be here, present and accounted for the next broadcasts that I do, probably in about 2 weeks or so. You could always reach out with any correspondence at vorwinfo@gmail.com. Thank you for listening, and until next time, be safe, be healthy, and I wish you all the very best. Take care. This is VORW.